All right, all right. We are live. We are back in the house. Whoa, what is up? It's been a minute, hasn't it? Wow. I haven't took that much time off. My goodness, in a while. But I said, it's time. I said, I've been visiting all of the content creators that I enjoy listening to, and they happen to be keeping it down, holding it down like they always do. And so that's where I've been, and had to get a new power button for my computer. That took a little time. Then I had to put new security on it and lock myself out of my StreamYard. And we're going back and forth for at least a couple of days. And they said, well, maybe you might have your account under a different email. And sure enough, I did. And I said, damn, how the hell did I forget that? So I said, you know something, let's go live. There's a hot story out there I want to cover tonight. And it's a big one. It is a big one. But welcome, everyone, to John Q's Live. Welcome back. It's good to be back home. Let's see who we got in the house. Conversations Living Room with RJ. RJ is in the building. All right. Succeeding too. How'd you sleep? We were over on Burgundy Blues channel to the wee hours of the morning, having a good conversation about the topic that I'm going to be getting into tonight. The village of Dalton investigates Mayor Tiffany Henyard, the bird, I call her, or as Cafe of Knowledge is another content creator, she calls her the hen. She calls her the hen. Welcome, welcome. Rake's Funny Farm is in the house. Brother Shank Rock is in the house, another content creator holding it down on his side. Cold Pepsi is in the building. Marley 13 is in the building. I miss you too. I miss you too. I have my special eyes and ears on the ground, Miss Shamina Wright. Thank you so much for sending me the court document pertaining to Andrew Holmes. We have received it, all 17 pages of it. It is one hell of a complaint. At best, it's a dirty old man. He's a dirty old man. You get old and you get dirty. And well, it's just that his dirt is in writing now, sitting in a civil court, ready to get fired up. Jackie Barty is in the house. Cold Pepsi is in the house. Much love to you. Miss Angel is in the house. All right. 80s Baby's been sitting here. I mean, she had hit me up in the comment like, what, 5 o'clock? A little after 5. I said, what's she doing here so early? I don't go on till 8:30. Welcome, welcome. King Speaks with Colton Super Panel. All right. Salute to the king that's in the building. YJ, the author, is in the building. Damn, okay. My family's coming up in here tonight. All right. Marty is in the building. Miss Marty, how are you? Ernestine Smith is in the house. All right. Let's see who else we got there. There she is. Burgundy Blue Commentary. Watching from work. I hear you. I hear you. Special love and thanks that goes out to all content creators joining us here tonight, as well as new subscribers. If you're here for the first time and you're just checking out John Q, hit the subscribe button. I cover true crime cases. I have Case File on my playlist on my page. You can always check through there. The last case I was working on was the Daniel Robinson case, the 25-year-old field geologist that went to work one morning and went missing in Buckeye, Arizona, and still hasn't been found. And I've been looking at some other things, but this one I needed to jump on. It's good to have content creators like Hannibal is Hungry is an excellent content creator covering this particular case. You've got Nate the Lawyer covering this particular case. You've got the Late Night Crew, which will be on most likely later on tonight, maybe even after I get off, is covering this case. Burgundy Blue Commentary, been doing an absolutely fantastic job covering this case. Della Creme Della is covering this case. And those are the folks that I've been hanging out with to a degree. Humongous is in the building. Tamika Ward is in the building. Cold Pepsi's in the building. Okay, Miss Marty, you doing good? Yes, I've been doing good too. I've been keeping busy. Spring is here and the temperatures here in New York are going up. Thank goodness. Winter just lasts too long. Anyway, I want to get it right into it. Much love to everyone. I want to get right into it. I came across a story and it seemed like it was flooding my phone on my YouTube channel. And I said, what is going on in Dalton, Illinois? Population is about 21,000 people, give or take, in that ballpark. I believe it's about 20 minutes south of the city of Chicago. Average income is about, give or take, 22,000, 22 to 26,000, depending on the job you have. And it seems like there's a politician by the name of Tiffany Henyard, who happens to be the mayor of Dolton, causing a ruckus. She was elected into office in February of 2021 and promising the people all kinds of good stuff for her small population. She was sworn in and did a 17-minute inauguration speech. I thought it was great. I'm not going to play it here tonight. I'm not going to bore you with all the stuff that she promised. She looked like she was going to be a very promising mayor from that inauguration speech. Because if you go to the page and listen to it, every word of it, all the accolades that she gave everybody, and what Dalton's future was going to look like, and what she said that she was going to be doing was working for the people, serving the people, everyone in Dalton. However, in a short period of time, this young 38-year-old, I think she might be 38, 39, almost 40, not bad looking to a degree, takes office. And not only does she take that office, she also takes office of another township, Dalton Township, or the village of Dalton. She is the mayor. Not too far away is the Thornton Township. And what happens to her there? Now, as mayor, she makes about $48,000, give or take, not bad. Whether she's part-time, full-time, not bad in terms of her salary. And serving the people as the job title, of course, commends. But she also gets elected as supervisor to the Thornton Township. Supervisor. And when she was voted in as supervisor of Thornton Township, the salary that a first-term supervisor would make would be in the lower 50s, give or take. Not her salary, though. Her salary is $224,000 because she was taking over the term of the previous supervisor who happened to have unfortunately passed away. I said, oh man, okay. She's making some damn good money. She's making some damn good money. Hello, Miss Cara Wilson is in the building. I will be talking a little bit about Alexis Wilson later on in the live. We're going to go over that police footage. And in studying that and forming my analysis of what happened, there are some things I want you to see. And in breaking it down, like John Q breaks it down, I'm going to break it down. And you'll be able to see some things that are very interesting. It's unfortunate that incident occurred. And my heart and condolences go out to the Wilson family, to both Cara and Alonzo. They've been putting up with the type of stress that parents should never go through, and that's the loss of a child. And in that circumstance, particularly if it involves police. So we're going to be breaking that down too. Anyway, getting right into it, and in doing some fact finding about this young lady here, Tiffany Henyard, for those that may be familiar with how many of you are fully familiar with this case going on right now? Type of 1 in the room if you are familiar. And it'll also indicate I have a good sound check. This type of 1 helped me out tonight. It's good to be back with y'all. All right, we got the ones coming. Humongous says 1. Cara Wilson says 1. Angel says 1. Miss Lorraine Muhammad is in the building. We've got Succeeding 2, 1. Shankrock 1. Hero by default. Okay, welcome. Welcome, Hero. All right, we got some ones. Missy Sanders is in the building. Spent some time with her last night on her channel. She was kicking it a little bit, also covering this case. Okay, we're good. We are good. 45. Miss 45 is in the building. Long time no see. Good to see you. All right, so let's get into just some preliminaries, because this young lady came from someplace. And a lot of where she came from, obviously, she's a mother. She has, I believe, a daughter. And she was also a landlord who got reported as a slumlord because there was a tenant she had living in one of the homes that she was managing and renting out. And that home happened to have been inspected and failed inspection because of a mold issue. And so she's going back and forth about having the mold abated. And the mold would come back, and then it would leave, and then it would come back, and then it would leave, and then it would come back. Meanwhile, she's getting HUD subsidies from the tenant, and over a 2-year period collected well over $37,000 without fixing the problem. When the home went into foreclosure, she continued to collect the HUD subsidies. And I said, wait a minute, what kind of a person is this? Is she looking to get into trouble? And that right there begins to say something about a person's character. Anyway, without further ado, Miss Oklahoma is in the building. Much love to you. I miss you. Let's find out who Tiffany Henyard is. Get some background on her. Ready? Buckle up. Here we have the Dalton website. In my fact finding, I wanted to find out who's who, what's what. And here's a message from the mayor. Mayor Tiffany Henyard, village clerk and board of trustees, welcomes you to the Village of Dalton website. Dalton has a rich heritage, a bright future, and residents committed to progress. Our village is known as a community working together. Okay, that's her message, and there's her signature. I see this and I say, okay, not bad. Not bad. I go down here, start seeing pictures of people interacting with her. It looks like everything is cool. She looks like the best candidate for the position of mayor, connecting with people and helping to make a brighter future. All these different pictures, I'm saying, look at the connection, look at the community. What is wrong? Why are so many people upset with this woman? I've always said appearances are four kinds, and this one is an appearance of the fourth kind, things that are not, but yet appear to be. So let's find out the people that she works with. You got the mayor, you got the village clerk, and then you have the village clerk here. Let's see who that is. That would be village clerk Allison Key. It's a blank page. Uh-oh. No picture. Allison Key, where is your picture? Let's see. Board of Trustees. And here we have the trustees. We have Trustee Jason House. We have Trustee Brittany Norwood, Trustee Kiana L. Belcher. Fine people. Trustee Stanley Brown, Trustee Tammy Brown, and Trustee Andrew Holmes. His name has been in the news for the last 24 hours. Hot. Hot. We're going to get into you, Andrew. I had a funny feeling about them, even since the Kanika Jenkins case, because he showed up there in Rosemont, Illinois, getting involved, inserting himself into that case concerning the unfortunate death of a 19-year-old Kanika Jenkins, who went to a birthday party out in Rosemont, Illinois, along with some friends, and didn't come back home. Next day, he's interacting with the Village of Rosemont's police department, and all of a sudden, he becomes a spokesperson for both the police and the family. Jedediah Brown was also a part of that case nearly 6.5 years ago. I covered that case on my channel. That's what I grew my channel from. You'll see the videos. I did an 8-part series covering that case. But anyway, I said, wait a minute, that name, that name sounds familiar. Andrew Holmes, is it the same dude? Yep, same big head. Same dude. I said, well, how does he sit as a trustee in the village of Dalton if he lives in Chicago, works in Chicago? Every time there was an incident, a shooting, or this or that in Chicago, he'd be in front of the camera. So why is he in Dolton? I asked myself. I said, I'll find out. I'll find out. But I wanted you to see the trustees that are fighting for Dolton, which happens to be Jason House, Brittany Norwood, Kiana Belcher, and Miss Tammy Brown. The reason I excluded Stanley Brown is because he's one of Tiffany Henyard's cronies. I hate to say that about a man I don't even know, but he's made himself known based upon his activities in this case. And obviously, Andrew Holmes has made himself known in this case. And we all knew it before the news broke yesterday that he was the one who allegedly involved himself in a sexual activity against another against their will. And in a way, I read that court document this afternoon after Shamina had sent it to me, and I said, oh my God. And then I'm picturing his face at the same time I'm reading it. He had nothing else better to do on taxpayer dollars. 13 people went on that trip. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me back up. Let's get back to the yard. Matter of fact, let's get into the yard and find out a little bit more about Miss Tiffany Henyard. Let me find that. And let's find out how this all began. Let's go to work.
WGN investigates a spending spree in the south suburbs by an unapologetic politician.
Last fall, we detailed some of the expenses billed to taxpayers, and tonight, Ben Bradley's back with new bills and new questions.
Micah and Ray, Tiffany Henyard and her team travel in style. First-class airfare, fine dining, and five-star hotels. It's in sharp contrast to the communities they represent, which have a per capita income of $29,000 a year, and 20% of the population lives below the poverty level.
I am in the White House.
Tiffany Henyard has a taste for travel. There she is, front and center at the White House at a meeting for mayors this month.
I'm here to take care of the people's business.
It's how she travels that caught our eye.
I shouldn't have to sit up here and break all this down.
Henyard serves as the mayor of Dalton and supervisor of Thornton Township, two elected positions that earned her more than $287,000 in 2022. But here's what happens when you ask her about how she spends taxpayer money.
I do not handle anything as relates to with credit cards. As you heard me speak today in my board meeting about, I do not handle that.
Some of those charges are for you, though.
No, sir.
You didn't go to Las Vegas? What is that?
No comment.
You don't know if you were in Las Vegas?
Of course I do.
Were you?
It's not paid by them.
Oh, really?
You fly first class to Las Vegas?
Any other questions?
Political strife is a fact of life in local government here.
You the ones that's costing the village money.
I don't have that call. I would call. All right. Okay.
What was she supposed to do? You wanted her to expound? Don't drag out the meeting.
I made a motion.
As we've reported, public meetings frequently devolve into chaos. Municipal bills don't get paid. Several employees have sued, claiming retaliation, and some business owners claim Henyard targets her opponents. Tiffany Henyard's spending and self-promotion are big issues here. Her face is everywhere, from government mailings to billboards. Those signs cost taxpayers more than $22,000.
Again, the people.
Oh yeah.
She's also something of a social media star.
God chose me. You may have hired me, but God chose me.
Somebody knows something. Don't nobody know nothing? Leave me alone.
I don't think she's fit to be a mayor. I think she really want to be a reality television star.
Yeah.
Nikita Cloud was Tiffany Henyard's chief of staff in Dalton for less than a year. We spoke with her after WGN Investigates first exposed how Henyard and other officials spent thousands of dollars on trips, meals, and more that they've refused to explain. Now, a new batch of records from Thornton Township shows the spending spree hasn't slowed. Credit card charges show that in just 5 months, township taxpayers footed the bill for more than $23,000 in restaurant meals.
That's
statewide.
Crazy. That is crazy.
Including this upscale winery chain and this steakhouse near O'Hare. Then there's the travel. Records show township officials spent more than $67,000 on trips to Portland, Austin, Atlanta, and New York City. Many of the flights were first class. So were the accommodations. In Atlanta, they stayed at the Four Seasons, costing taxpayers more than
Oh my
$9,000.
God, Four
In
Seasons.
New York, the bill came to $13,000 for a stay in Times Square. Nikita Cloud wasn't on those trips, but has been to many meals with Henyard and her cronies, who she says have no qualms about using public money for private enjoyment.
Over the top meals, lobster, crab legs. She liked the good stuff.
And when you were with her at these meals, was government business discussed?
No.
Henyard and her allies have defended the spending, claiming the trips are for conferences or to help recruit new businesses.
Do you know the government purpose of any of that travel?
No, I really don't.
Chris Gonzalez is the last remaining Henyard opponent on the township board.
And what happens when you ask?
Nothing. Really, just no answers.
I don't have any comment on that.
Trustee Jerry Jones was on that first-class trip to New York.
Still don't have a comment.
Sir, you're a trustee.
Well, once again, I don't have a comment.
We went to a recent township meeting to get answers.
Dude, Ben Bradley, how you feeling?
That's Keith Freeman. He's Henyard's advisor at the township, village administrator in Dalton, and he's also the registered agent of Tiffany Henyard Cares.
But there's no foundation in the state of Illinois moving like we move and shaking and grooving like we doing. Right?
That's right.
Henyard's namesake charity claims to support cancer patients and has benefited from public money, but has failed to file required paperwork showing where any of its money goes. The Illinois Attorney General is now threatening legal action.
How come you don't respond to my emails?
There you go. There you go. Huh? There you go. That's all you're getting from me. That's all you're getting from me today.
How come the charity hasn't filed its financial disclosures about how money was spent?
How would I know that? That's a good question, though.
A question we had hoped to pose to Tiffany Henyard, but the township meeting was abruptly canceled.
Because he's
30
helping her
minutes after
spend
it was
it.
scheduled to
That's
begin.
what it is.
Henyard was in the house, but went out a back door with Freeman in her wake.
Keith, we'd like to talk to you or Supervisor Henyard about some of the questions.
Running from him. Look at that.
You've been the township assessor for more than 10 years now.
Right.
Hey, would you call this a functional government?
No.
Totally.
Hell no.
Transparent?
Not really.
Are you concerned about how money is being spent?
Yes.
Here's what happened when we questioned Henyard in November.
All right. Any other questions?
So you're not going to answer how taxpayer dollars are being spent? That seems odd.
I just answered it. What do you mean? I just answered your questions.
You said you wouldn't answer about
Very
Las Vegas.
evasive.
You asked me a question and I responded.
Very
So any
evasive.
other questions you may
Yes.
have?
I'll keep asking questions and unfortunately not getting answers, but I'm not going to stop.
While Henyard hasn't responded to our detailed questions for weeks, a public relations firm retained by the township emailed yesterday to say many of the meals are for seniors and community events, and the travel builds partnerships and attracts investment. The PR firm, though, offered no details. Tiffany.
Many of the meals that were bought and paid for go to the seniors. How does the seniors get the food when they're traveling? That's crazy. Okay, well, we see that on at face value. That's incredible. And she's blatantly doing it boldly without a care in the world, which brings me to my next point. Tiffany cares. Doing some research on that, on her foundation that she's basically said she doesn't have, was very interesting. I came across another video piece that was interesting and then again very revealing. I'm sure a lot of you know, what is his name? Roland Martin did an interview with the hen. Oh man, I can't get that. I cannot get that name off my tongue now. And it was very interesting as to what he was able to find. in that discussion that he had with her. I'm just going to line that up for you. But he has the interview, all softball questions. Nothing from the hard-hitting, blowing smoke type questions that he would normally ask his guests. But when Henyard came on, it was all softball questions. But he was able to elicit the exact information to reveal who she really is. After the interview, he did some fact-finding, and this is predominantly what he found. Just take a listen here for a minute.
All right, folks, last night on Roland Martin Unfiltered, I talked to the mayor of Dolton, Illinois, in an exclusive interview about a variety of allegations against her. She's got national attention, a lot of critics out there with regards to how she's operated as the mayor of Dolton as well as the supervisor of Thornton Township. One of the issues we talked about was this charity, Tiffany Henyard Cares Foundation. Here's what I first asked her about the foundation. You have a charity that from the Attorney General's office is, I understand they sent a cease and desist letter to your foundation.
I don't know nothing about that. I'm not crazy. I'm not
You have a
deranged.
Tiffany Henyard Cares, your foundation. So the Attorney General's office hasn't reached out to you regarding your foundation?
So I want to set the record straight. I don't have a foundation. I am a supporter of anybody that's struggling with cancer. My mom had breast cancer, and I'm always push anybody that has that. If someone uses my name to push their charity, or if you say this is Tiffany t-shirt, people gonna buy it. Because right now I'm considered what? Clickbait. People make money off of my name by views. So you just
So
say my
you
name.
don't have a, you say you don't have a foundation.
I do not. And that's
Okay.
why I tell everybody, go do your research. I'm not on anything.
Okay. I followed that up a little bit later in the interview with this.
Wow.
So I'd asked you before we went to the break. I talked about again this charity and the Illinois Attorney General's office. This is from CBS affiliate there. Says that the accusation comes at the same time the Illinois Attorney General's office told Henyard's charity multiple times in recent months to stop improperly soliciting donations because it had not registered with the state as required by law. And you said that's not your charity. Correct. Okay. So were you ever? So there was. So show the video here. I'm trying to understand this here. So this is a video of you marching with the charity. So what is this?
So what they're not telling you is we literally walked to Springfield to create a bill to help anybody that suffered from cancer, whether it's the village of Dalton, Thornton Township, and then I increased it to the state of Illinois. And that bill will help people by giving them $10,000. And that's a bill that we actually are initiating, and we're still working on it. When I went through the Republican states, the Republican areas, we didn't have any issue. Everybody was on board because everybody is suffering from cancer, or know someone that passed or is actually going through it. So that was the whole purpose of the walk, to basically bring awareness and bring people together. That's what the whole purpose of it is.
But if you had, so there were folks with signs saying Tiffany Henyard Cares Foundation. Who was that?
What do you mean? It's everybody. Everybody was there.
No. What I'm saying is, what is the Tiffany Henyard Cares Foundation? You said it's not affiliated with you at all.
Correct.
Well, what is it?
So someone made up a foundation. They named it after me, and they like my work that I do in the community, and it's called Tiffany Henyard Cares. So we all went.
Now, but they weren't registered. Have you contacted them and told them you can't use my name improperly?
Well, my lawyer's handling a lot of that stuff, so all I can tell you is that I'm not the one on anything. That's the only thing I can tell you right now. So I'm just trying to answer to the.
So you're saying there's a foundation that's not registered, but it has nothing to do with you?
Correct. That's true.
Okay.
That's
so you're not aware of any of the work that they've done, money that they've raised, anything along those lines?
Correct.
Okay.
She lied right in his face. That's dangerous. And she holds the position of mayor in one village and supervisor in another, and can lie like that directly to his face, even though he showed her proof that she's all up and down in all of the videos and all of the pictures and everything. And she sat there and blatantly lied in his face. She is dangerous. And that becomes the problem in and of itself. Why couldn't she just tell him, yeah, I have a foundation? Point blank, simple. To be caught that way, I'm sure that there was a skid mark in her underwear when she said that. Bold, blatant lie. I wanted to share that with you because when I saw that, I said, oh yeah, Dalton's got a problem. Dalton's got a major problem. So does the Thornton Township. I want to take you now to a recent, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy how she does this. And she's a Democrat. This is what the Democrats do. Democratic mayor, Democratic governor, Democratic president, all in the same family, all in the same party line. And the thing about that is that they cover for each other. Yes. It's like in a cult. You know, if you're part of the family, we'll cover for you if you get in a little bit of trouble type shit. And this is what's happening here. So at one of the board meetings that took place April 1st of this year, it was an outrageous board meeting. You had police coverage all in the town of Dolton inside this board meeting and controlling this meeting with the abuse of power by the chief of police, Louis Lacey. And how this started and how it ended is amazing to see. And I said, these are public officials there to serve the people, and they're locking out half the group from the meeting, from a public meeting, according to the Open Meetings Act. All of the public residents who wants to be a part of this meeting should have been involved. They went ahead and tried to do the meeting anyway, but in short, let's get to it, because this was astonishing to see. And the commentary that came from the public was even more breathtaking to watch. Let me find it for you. It's good to see everybody here tonight. My goodness. Let me do this. It's been a while, folks, but I haven't lost my touch. Bringing now to this board meeting. I'm going to start it at a specific point. The meeting started about 50 minutes late than their normal meetings usually started about 6:30. But this meeting didn't start until a little after 7:20 that evening. I want to get to commentary part. Let's just listen in for a minute, because some people had a lot to say. Meanwhile, you had a huge group of people outside of the building wanting to get in. And according to the police chief, Lacey, there was a safety concern. That was his issue. He beat them over the head with safety. And the crap that he said about no clapping, I've never heard that before. So he was abusing his power that night.
With the meeting for safety reasons. Again, for safety reasons.
Let's take a listen to one of the residents that.
Good evening, Mary Avant, resident of Dalton. To all the department heads sitting on the dais, for the last few meetings, you've decided to share your comments and your feelings. We don't want it and we don't need it. You are not allowed to answer any of the residents' concerns, so why would I hope or want to hear anything from you other? You don't know if you don't live here or pay taxes here, but your thoughts and concerns would be different if you did. Number two, Andrew Holmes in his absence, maybe he's in the back listening. The nerve of you to sit in the seat as a trustee here with the allegations. The people put you in the seat to serve as a trustee to the residents, not to the mayor. You say you're an activist of law enforcement. Well, I was an officer in the trenches for 25 years. That meant doing the work, not talking the talk, not looking for a camera at every turn. I was locking people up, even took a bullet, all in the name of being a public servant for the people. In light of the allegations, I, as a resident of Dalton, former law enforcement officer and female, along with other Dalton residents, would like to see you display some integrity and step down pending the outcome of this investigation. And to our attorney, it is a disgrace that you will not explain to this body what the rules of the First Amendment are. Total violation, so continue to get your check.
The other thing I wanted to make commentary on is this police officer sitting right here. And I believe that all of them, listening to this commentary, those words were heartfelt for them too, to some degree, because they lived there as well. But they have to do a job, and it's the job on what the police chief tells them to do. Now, the police chief, on purpose, assigned him right there at the podium when they are supposed to have free clearance of stepping up and stepping through this area and having control of their freedom of speech. Here is an intimidation tactic by this officer being here, because they are limited 2 minutes to speak for this particular board meeting, when in previous meetings, they were given 3 minutes to speak. 3 minutes. The next part I want to, so yeah, there's a violation here. Intimidation tactic. We'll just get to the next resident.
All right, next part.
One more time, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor.
Oh, go ahead.
One more time, I am clearing the room, okay? Okay, Ms. Avant, no, they don't. When it's a safety issue, it falls under the police department.
All right, call the next name.
Safety issue for talking. For talking. He's a piece of work, but his tail is going out too.
Good evening, residents. Good evening, Board of Trustees, the four of you all. I'm tired of our rules and regulations change every time we have a meeting. Okay? First of all, it's not public comment, because that ordinance have never, ever been changed. Correct me if I'm wrong, Trustee House. Right. So is that the 2 minutes, or y'all got something else going on? Okay, let me know. And well, you know what you're doing. You're violating our rights. And that's a shame that our rights are being violated. For clapping, you tried to put me out last week. last month, you know, and it don't make sense. Make this make sense to me. And I'm agreeing with Mary. I'm asking for Andrew Holmes to step down, which he shouldn't have never been in that seat in the first place because he never lived here. So stop blowing smoke up the residents' behinds because this is ridiculous and I'm tired of it. Mayor, you might as well step down too, you know, because I'm tired of that too. You know, this is a disgrace that you have done to this village. You thought that other fellow was bad? No, this is 1,000 times worse than what he could ever be. You know, and they say that you're the worst mayor in America. I agree.
Amen.
Right, next person.
And she's just very dismissive. Next person, because she's there not listening. She's pretending to be up there listening, and she's not. She just wants to get to the agenda of the meeting. That's it. There was another part of this where she had a couple of plants, but I'm not going to play that. I want to get to an important part of this particular meeting, which leads me to Miss Carol Wilson. Okay, I think I'm here now. Okay, let's play this part. Miss Carol Wilson is Alexis Wilson's mother, young 19-year-old that lost her life to a police shooting. She was at this meeting and stepped up at the podium, and she expressed herself directly to Tiffany Henyard.
Okay, so my sister actually used my middle name because she was afraid that you wouldn't let me speak. I'm Cara Wilson. I'm the mother of Alexis Wilson, killed by Dalton, Illinois police. At the time that my daughter was killed, Tiffany stood in front of a microphone much like this and said that she stood with the cops and they did do the right thing by killing my 19-year-old child. Not only did she not take those words back, she didn't offer her condolences. She's never said anything. The first thing she did was hire this group of security guards to surround her and PR. So the real reason Tiffany has security is hiding from accountability about what she said about Alexis Wilson when she was killed. Now, if you watch the coverage of this murder, these officers violated her rights, reached in her car, jumped in her car, and put 7 bullets in my child, 2 in her head and 5 down her side. And the next day, you guys tried to spin it like she did something. Watch the video. She did nothing to deserve this. And again, last time they brought up Alexis, she's doing what she does now. Look this way, look that way, every way, but at the person talking. You don't give a damn, and you never did, and you never acted like it. She called out a whole press conference to call my daughter a criminal, an Homewood Flossmoor graduate with no criminal record. But Tiffany, you have one, because we used your mugshot to protest in front of your house, and that's why you hid. That's why you have security. So let's tell the truth, which I know you're incapable of. I wouldn't trust this woman if she stood on a stack of Bibles and had her tongue notarized. Not a damn thing she says comes out her mouth is true. Thank you.
Say her name.
Alexis.
All right, okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, the meeting is now closed down. We need you guys to move to the door. Okay. Yeah, okay, just, hey, Lieutenant, just the one that's making the ruckus, escort him out.
Nobody's life is in danger. You have an outburst, a justifiable outburst, but nobody's life is in danger. Enough for him to make that kind of a comment. And it would be an illegal stance regarding this meeting for a law enforcement officer to close a village board meeting. He has no power to do that. That's why the attorney just advised him, just remove the individuals and not the meeting. But to hear that story coming from Ms. Carol Wilson's mouth, I said, wait a minute. I said, I've got to look this up. I want to see what happened to Alexis Wilson. So what I basically did was find the footage from the news and began doing my research on it. What I'm about to walk you through is an analysis of the night that Alexis Wilson was brutally shot to death by a police officer who happened to take the time enough to fire 7 times into this young lady. 7 times. As Ms. Carol Wilson said, 2 in the head and 5 to the side of the body at close range. When I watched the video, I said, well, how could that be? Until I watched the video again and again and again. And then I put my magic on it. Let me walk you through this. When this broke on the news, they showed you certain clips of how this incident had occurred. There's a lot missing in terms of the video. There's more than 30 minutes there, about 30 minutes in total video, total. And only certain clips were played, specific clips. And I began to see why this narrative was spun a different way. You're about to see the same thing for yourself. So with that said, let's go to the news and I'll walk you through it.
Breaking news, newly released video show a fatal encounter between a female driver and Dalton police. Before it was all over, shots were fired, an officer was dragged, and the vehicle crashed into a store. There's your video today. Good afternoon to you. I'm Lourdes Duarte.
And I'm Ben Bradley. 2 officers were injured. The driver was killed. Now, this all started with an argument at a restaurant drive-thru last week.
WGN's Julian Cruz is live in Dalton with more on that stunning video. Julian.
Well, Lourdes, we've got some new developments. Family of the late Alexis Wilson and their lawyers scheduled to hold a press conference here in about a half an hour, demanding that Dalton police release the full, unedited, raw versions of the surveillance cameras and body camera video. Dalton police releasing a condensed version of those videos earlier today.
The vehicle is being used as a weapon. And the officer obviously was in fear for his safety.
With the Dalton patrol officer hanging out the passenger side door of this minivan, the young motorist, 19-year-old Alexis Wilson of Homewood, flees the scene, a fast food restaurant on the 900 block of Sibley Boulevard, with Dalton police officers opening fire.
Once the vehicle actually hit the street, there was a series of gunshots that were heard. The officer responded to those gunshots by firing his weapon.
Some of those shots coming from the patrolman hanging out the door. Dalton's chief explains at a morning press conference, Wilson and her vehicle with the officer all crashing together into a nearby bicycle shop. You can hear the badly injured patrolman after the crash, his name or age not being released, as he recuperates in an unnamed hospital. Whether Alexis Wilson was killed by a bullet or the impact of the crash, an open question for now. The Illinois State Police Public Integrity Unit, heading up the investigation, yet to release details on the autopsy, with results from toxicology reports still pending.
In the climate of today, it is very important for the public to see both sides of the incident.
Dalton's police chief releasing the nearly 30-minute-long edited video from the fateful morning of July 27th, police body cams and restaurant security cameras capturing the tragic incident.
The female driver was asked numerous times to step out of the car.
Police called to the scene initially by a 911 call with reports of an irate woman banging on the drive-through window of Baba's restaurant, employees reporting that they saw a gun.
We're here because nobody wants to get shot in here. Step out.
But lawyers for Wilson's family say this snippet of video shows police punching the teen in the face, precipitating her attempt to escape, they say. Now, one complicating factor, the video shows Alexis Wilson, who was wearing nothing but a halter top, telling police that she did not want to step out of her minivan because she was naked. Police fearing that she had a gun. They say that Illinois State Police are in possession of the weapon that was recovered at the crash scene. The family telling us that the teenager did not carry a weapon.
The teenager did not carry a weapon. I wanted to walk you through just that news clip as to what the narrative is, what narrative is out there. Okay, but that's not what I saw. And looking at this carefully, that is not what I saw. Try to bring you back. Okay. Get my bearings here. Can everyone see that type of one? I'm going to try to adjust my speed here. Take out the sound. Okay, good. Yeah, the video grain is kind of grainy only because there's a close-up shot taken from an external camera to try to get you as close. Okay, let's go here. Okay. And looking at this, I said, what is the causality? In doing my casework, I always go down my little checklist. What is the causality of this incident? And the causality of this incident was a 911 call that was made by the Bubba's restaurant here. I'm an employee worker making that 911 call and reporting that the person in the car outside of the driveway window here had a gun. Yet in the video, we don't see that. We saw that Alexis was banging on the window with some kind of a stick or some kind of an object, elongated object, which appeared to be a stick, not a gun. So police get that call from dispatch, and they are now dispatched to the scene. being that this is a gun call, they're coming out with guns blazing, as you can see. We have 2 officers that showed up momentarily. How long it took between the 911 call and their time of arrival is unknown. I don't have the paperwork that I would love to have in my possession so I could study it and analyze it. But these 2 officers showed up, Officer Colton and Officer Perez. Officer Colton is to the far left, and he's making his way to the passenger side. Officer Perez swings around the front of the vehicle to the driver's side. As you can see, Officer Colton is opening up the passenger side door while Officer Perez engages with Alexis. Another thing to note are the police body camera numbers. The date is down below here, 7/27 of 2021. This is approximately 1 minute and 48 seconds into it. And the PE number is 6124. So Perez's camera is 6124. And he's the one engaging with Alexis here on the driver's side. As you can see here, Alexis's friend is now escorted out of the vehicle to the side of the vehicle on the right-hand side, where Officer Colton has now secured him. And we're still dealing with camera 6124. It's going to come back in a minute. I would have loved to see this video in its entirety. I'm going to come back to it. As you can see, there's 2 external cameras to the Bubba's restaurant, one in the front of the driveway, one in the rear. I want you to see this for yourself. When the police officer engages her, it's right here. He has his flashlight in his hand. Alexis has both her left and right hand, 10 o'clock and 2 o'clock on the steering wheel. The officer reaches in with his right hand to grasp Alexis's left hand off of the wheel. He begins pulling on her to try to guide her out of the car. The next thing we know, she's struck. And the strike is right here. From Officer's Body Cam 6141. One by Perez. One by Colton. Can everyone see that? She struck right here. So she was assaulted during this lead out. This is a 19-year-old. Now she's struck in the face by a police officer. At the same time, second police officer here at the passenger side door begins to rush into the vehicle. As you can see his camera. He's getting inside the vehicle. Alexis is struck perhaps a second time here. And in doing so, she feared for her life. You can see it right here. She's struck all the way back. Both hands off the wheel. She's still hanging on with the right hand, excuse me. And then next thing you know, after the strike and after the officer begins his way into the car, she begins to pull off. Now, in pulling off, I'm looking for the police officer being dragged, which of course you don't see. Reason why he's not being dragged is because he's inside the vehicle on the passenger side, riding with Alexis. He's inside the vehicle. He is not being dragged. Let's see if I can find. That other video. I think this was it. Bring it back up to speed. Because there's a better, oh, this is very smoky. This is very smoky. See, when they do it like this, it distorts the action. You can't even see this damn thing. Hold on. Bear with me. Here we go.
Police-involved shooting of a Dolton woman. And as Fox 32's Joni Lum reports, the family hopes this legal action will get them some answers.
The mother of the woman who was shot by Dolton police says she avoids this street and the place where her daughter encountered Dolton police, but she came here to announce a federal lawsuit has been filed. 19-year-old Alexis Wilson was in the drive-thru of Baba's restaurant on Sibley Boulevard in July 2021 when police were called. Dalton police released video of the incident showing her hitting the window with an object. They ordered her out of the car, and she's heard saying she was not dressed. They open the doors, and she drives away, in fear, said her mother. Police opened fire, and Alexis Wilson died. Her family says...
Now, see, as that car pulls off with that passenger side door open, by hitting that front cruiser, in the front area of the car on the right side, in the front of the police cruiser, automatically closed that door. The door was closed. There was no officer dragging. So he is inside the vehicle.
Authorities lied to them.
Dalton police, from day one, came to my door and lied to me. They misled our family. They hid the truth for days. We found out what they suspected happened watching the news, not by a phone call, not a discussion with her parents, watching the news.
This department was trying to cover up some bad officers. And I believe we're going to also go into the history of these officers, what they've done prior to this incident, what they've done since this incident.
Last year, police expressed condolences to the family.
Our condolences go out to the family, obviously. That's absolutely something that no one wants. We didn't want it, and I know they didn't want this either.
The family of Alexis Wilson says her attempt to drive away does not warrant use of deadly force. They are suing 2 police officers and the village of Dalton. In Dalton.
Yeah, they need to be sued. Because when you have officers that are trained not to de-escalate, but escalate, he did not need to strike Alexis in the face. He could have talked her out of getting out of the car. There was no imminent danger. He saw where her hands were, which were firmly on the steering wheel. The other passenger was already secured. There was no need to escalate. So you have an assault to an escalation into a shooting, an uncalled for shooting, because the police officer inside the van didn't have to shoot Alexis. 7 times at close range in a moving vehicle. He wasn't thinking either, because he endangered his own life by doing that. Where that car ended up not too far away from Bubba's restaurant was a bicycle shop. It slammed directly into the building. So when they said 2 officers were injured, you don't see the second injury or the second officer being injured at all. I'd love to see that police report. I'd love to see the police report. I did see the civil suit against the police officers. I was able to get that today. I'm going to review it and come back to you with my commentary on it. I want to see how it's written up. Probably got a lot of information that we don't have. And I thank Shamina Wright for sending me the court documents pertaining to Andrew Holmes. But this is a tragedy. And it just gives you an idea of the attitude of the police department in Dalton, the mayor's attitude in Dalton, and what kind of service they're truly being to the village of Dalton in its entirety. Now we've got this escalated to a point to where now outside help finally has come into this. Excuse me. Justice for Alexis Wilson. Justice for Alexis Wilson. And let it come. Where was the other one? Now, all of a sudden, just recently, we have a news article write-up, the Tiffany Henyard controversy, that lawyer Lightfoot will investigate Dalton Mayor amidst lawsuits and allegations. Yeah, we need to keep watching this. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because now with an independent special investigator which Miss Lightfoot has now been hired to accomplish and to perform for the village of Dalton. Maybe she can get down to some further facts about what happened at that time, July of 2021, regarding Alexis Wilson. Let's see if I can do this. She's been called into play. Now, her being a former mayor and former prosecutor, she does have the credentials as an attorney to look into the matter. Independent investigator, using just those credentials.
Dalton, where a highly anticipated meeting ends in the hiring of former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot. She is now tasked with investigating the Dalton, where a highly anticipated meeting ends in the hiring of former Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot. She is now tasked with investigating the village's embattled mayor, Tiffany Henyard, who did not show up tonight.
She has more authority to get what we're missing to seal this deal and take our community back.
Lightfoot starts her new role as special investigator for the village of Dalton tomorrow. She will be launching a probe into Henyard's mishandling of village funds. A trustee tonight says the village is more than $7 million in debt. Henyard last month vetoed calls for an investigation into herself, but that was overturned tonight. Lightfoot has also been asked to investigate a work trip to Las Vegas last year, which resulted in a former employee alleging she was sexually assaulted by a village trustee, then fired for speaking up. That trustee was one of two not in attendance tonight, along with Henyard. The move to hire Lightfoot was made by 4 village trustees who say they are looking to take their community back. Earlier today, Michael Delgado, who was hired by Mayor Henyard as the village's the legal team representing the trustees, stating that if Lightfoot is appointed as additional legislative counsel, it would violate code, and Henyard will not approve any payments to the former Chicago mayor, claiming her appointment because the trustees already have an attorney. Tonight, Bert Odelson has responded, saying that to avoid another lawsuit, they wouldn't move to appoint Lightfoot as additional counsel, rather a special investigator.
That I will follow the facts where they lead without bias. At the conclusion of this investigation, I will provide an assessment of the findings and the recommendations, and I welcome and urge the full cooperation by Mayor Henyard, her staff, all village trustees, vendors, and others.
This board specifically has made reaches to the state's attorney, attorney general, governor's office, and as we know, there are ongoing, it's been reported that there's ongoing investigations from federal entities. Those entities, as we know, can take anywhere from 2 months to 5 years. We feel this option will give us an independent process.
We have reached out to Henyard and her team for comment, but have not yet heard back. This job for Lightfoot comes with a paycheck of $400 an hour. The trustees here tonight say it will be capped at $30,000 when they will then check in and reassess her role. Live in the village of Dolton, Casey Cronus, Fox 30.
So now she's going to be coming on board. She began her work yesterday. And her position is, she's put in a very funny position, just my opinion, because she's there to acquire the information that she's not giving over to the board. Tiffany Henyard, that is not giving over to the board in order for them to know the dollars and cents as to what's been going on financially with Dalton Township. So it would be very interesting to see how much information they're going to be able to release to her for her to do a forensic audit. Because her job is to write a full report, and they can use that report, whichever direction that report leads them, they can take the next step, because now they have an independent investigator outside of them that's going to be checking everybody, getting all the documents, and interviewing everyone that works for the village of Dalton, and most likely the Thornton Township as well, because the mayor is connected there too. So what may be happening in one place, no doubt could be happening in another place. And if she can tie all that information together, and in a way it points to a federal indictment, all the more. But it's going to be very interesting. So yes, we're going to keep our eyes on this story. I think I had one more piece here. Oh, the actual lawsuit against the bombshell that came out today. That's what I wanted to cover. See, because now this has come to light as well.
The bombshell details in a brand new lawsuit.
Andrew Holmes has been a familiar face in Chicago for years, well known for his work as a community activist helping crime victims and police. But now Holmes is being accused of a crime himself, sexual assault, in a civil lawsuit filed by a former employee of the village of Dolton and a Dalton police officer. In addition to his work as a community activist, Holmes serves as a trustee for the village of Dalton. The civil lawsuit against the village of Dalton, Thornton Township, Tiffany Henyard, and Holmes himself alleges that Holmes sexually assaulted a Dalton village employee, who we're not naming because of the nature of the alleged crime, while on a village business trip to Las Vegas in May of 2023. According to the lawsuit, the employee had drinks with Holmes, whom she thought of as an uncle, began to feel disoriented, then passed out in Holmes' hotel room. The lawsuit alleges Holmes then called Dalton police officer Byron Miles, who was on the trip as part of Mayor Tiffany Henyard's security detail. According to the lawsuit, quote, Holmes began describing a host of his exploits from the trip, many of a sexual nature, to Officer Miles. At some point during his rant, Trustee Holmes made reference to him engaging in sexual activities with a Dalton Thornton employee, and there was some suggestion not have had the ability to consent and or did not provide consent. The lawsuit says Officer Miles then began recording the phone call and FaceTimed Holmes. Trustee Holmes then panned the camera toward the bed where Officer Miles could see a woman who was partially undressed. The trustee then moved the camera to various private areas of the woman's body, displaying them on screen, and at times moving or removing articles of clothing as he transmitted the images.
Well, you've kind of figured, what in the hell, why in the hell would he contact someone else to talk about his sexual exploitation? The dummy contacted a police officer, even though they were in Las Vegas. He was on security detail for the mayor. That's how warped his mind is. I think I'll do this thing over here, and then I'm going to call this guy over here who happens to be a police officer for the Dalton police and tell him about it and show him pictures. They did a face-to-face over the phone. And he actually showed this woman in the hotel room, partially clothed. You believe that? I mean, who does that? Someone who's damn sure not in their right mind. and it happens to have been an employee of Thornton Township, where the board meetings are there, Dalton Township, excuse me, where the board meetings are there, knowing that from time to time he's going to still be interacting with her, he wasn't thinking at all. And now the light has come to pass. He's out in the open now.
The lawsuit alleges when the woman woke up, she couldn't remember anything that happened the night before and was not aware of the alleged assault until informed by Officer Miles when they returned to Dalton.
And he's using drugs to sedate her. Look at that. The mindset.
Quoting the lawsuit, at some point during that time, Trustee Holmes was in communication with Officer Miles, and again, Trustee Holmes made reference to his exploits in Las Vegas. Trustee Holmes further advised Officer Miles at that time that he had unprotected sex with the female employee while in Las Vegas. The lawsuit alleges that when the officer told the woman what happened, she requested to speak to Mayor Henyard, who was allegedly concerned it could hurt her politically. The lawsuit says Henyard then advised the employee that if the information got out, Henyard would be ruined and all of the work she had done would be lost. Despite assurances that Henyard and then Henyard's boyfriend would handle the situation, the lawsuit alleges the female employee was eventually fired by the Village of Dalton. Officer Miles still works for Dalton, but alleges his duties were diminished and he faced retaliation at work. We spoke briefly to Holmes this afternoon by phone, who said he had no response at this time. Not to these allegations. I'm not bothered by it. Las Vegas police have reportedly opened an investigation into the accusations against Holmes. On Monday, the 4 Dalton trustees, in opposition to Henyard, hired former Chicago Mayor Lightfoot to conduct an investigation into allegations of corruption in Dalton, including what happened on that trip to Las Vegas. Now, in January, the plaintiffs filed a claim with the Illinois Department of Human Rights outlining the same allegations. That claim has now been withdrawn with the filing of this lawsuit. So far, we've not received any response from Henyard or the Village of Dalton.
As always, typical. Typical. She hasn't responded to anything. The narcissist she is. $400 an hour. Yes, Miss 45. That's how much she's being paid to investigate this as an independent investigator. And hopefully she'll be able to get what she needs after having a forensic audit performed on all of the books since Henyard took office, and both Dalton and Thornton Township. I would say Miss Lightfoot has definitely got her work cut out for her. Yeah, she only cared about herself. Only cared about herself. And she's going to be obviously throwing some people under the bus because she's not going to step down. She's going to fight this. And I believe that she's going to be, Tiffany Henyard, that is, I believe that she is going to try to stifle Lori Lightfoot in her job duties investigating this case, only to make matters worse. But if she can at least reveal that and continue to reveal that where the public sees what's going on, yeah, she won't make another term as mayor and supervisor of these both these villages. So either way, she's going out. She's going out, hopefully in handcuffs, because I truly believe that Lori Lightfoot is going to find the evidence that she needs in order to have that report begin a court proceeding and indicting her for the corruption, the criminality, the aiding and abetting of a crime against another individual in another state. So there can be some federal charges coming up out of this. And in reviewing the actual document, the court document pertaining to Andrew Holmes that was filed on the 8th, 2 days ago, the victim's name is present. Nothing has been redacted, so I have to review that in order to cover her name and then come back and review it with you. Because this is just starting. This is just starting. Absolutely. So I know I haven't been reading comments tonight. You know me, when I put my work down, I want to try to get everything off the table. She needs security with her. I bet. Definitely. Her administrator, her admin statement was, "This is two disgruntled employees." Yeah, looking for a quick pay. And Keith is evil too. Hopefully he'll go down. Chief Lacey will go down. And anyone else connected with the cover-up. And the wrongful shooting death of Alexis Wilson. Because obviously, as you can see, there was a cover-up there too. And I hope I pray to God that the Wilsons get the justice they deserve for the killing of their family member. That officer did not have to shoot her. He could have taken control of the car in a much different way. But by shooting her, he also endangered his life as well. So these police officers definitely are not trained for high-level stress. One officer didn't have to strike her. The other officer didn't have to shoot her. All because of a false reporting, causation again, false reporting that she had a gun. That she had a gun. Now, I would like to know what kind of a gun it was. And was the gun taken for forensics? Where did they find the gun? Who was the gun registered if she wasn't the person the gun was registered to? So there are a lot of questions in that. I pray those questions get the specific, accurate, truthful answers they deserve. No doubt. They said they found a gun 4 days later. Look at that. They found the gun 4 days later. So you see, that's why I wanted to see the police reports, how they wrote this up when they did. Because as far as I know, there were, at this point, there were at least 5, maybe 6 police officers at that location. Because the rear camera showed a police officer in a white shirt. That to me represents either a sergeant or a supervisor to come out and check on that incident during the time that it occurred. 4 days later. Yeah. They had to cover their ass. I wouldn't have a clue, Miss 45, whether, it was her friend's gun. The store needs to be sued also. Yeah, for making a false police report. I agree, Miss Angel. Yeah, Shamina, they could have ran her plates and picked her up later. All this in haste. And where one thing is caused by another, and out of that cause another, and out of that cause another and another, and things escalate to a point to where all they want to do, they don't want to talk to you no more. They just want to either take you in or shoot you. Or shoot you. He's paying a married man to be her man. And also, too, this Woods guy, he's also got to answer to some things as well. Because according to the lawsuit, he was the one who spoke to Henyard and the police officer, as well as the victim in the Holmes lawsuit. So the idea came from him to protect Tiffany, the boyfriend, her boyfriend. She went to him, contacted him, told him about what happened, what she was told by the victim and Holmes and the police officer, Byron Miles. And they tried to sweep it under the rug, try to make it go away. So you've definitely got some corruption there. Okay, so we got 4 officers. Okay, 4 officers. Because I said, how the hell did he get in the car if he was being dragged? If he was being dragged, he would have been outside the car on the ground. So that didn't work because he was inside the vehicle. That man wasn't being dragged. And if he did have any injuries, it was because of the crash. John, do you think it could have been her friends that was with her, the gun? Most likely. Or how it got in the vehicle, we will never know. Because if it was a plant, if they were planting evidence to actually create the narrative, that would make sense to me. And in this case, I'm leaning toward that more so than anything else. Yeah, definitely, because they had the car. They had the vehicle. They had the vehicle because they couldn't stick to the story that originally happened. Well, just say you were dragged and then start to clip cut the video portion of the body cams to make it fit that narrative and then put it out there. Yeah, that's what it is, Miss Angel. But that's what they do. That's what cops do. Unfortunately, we have to say that, but they're just as bad as the damn criminals. Imagine they have to break the law in order to enforce the law. Striking Alexis in her face breaks the law, which gives them reason now to enforce the law. They had to find a reason. They're two black young kids sitting in a van after midnight at a food joint all by themselves in the drive-thru. Oh, there's nobody around. Let's see what we can do here. All to escalate a situation that did not need escalation at all. It was uncalled for. However, that Bubba's Restaurant employee making that 911 call and putting a gun in that call, they need to be held accountable as well. My prayers are with you, Kara. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's why I wanted to jump on this and give you as much as I've been able to get so far into this particular situation concerning Mayor Tiffany Henyard. All this is built around her name. All of it. Now, with all of the visible evidence out there, and all of it laid out where you can see it, just like I laid it out here tonight, do you think something's wrong over there in Dalton? Would you think something is wrong? A lot of people need to be in jail on this. A lot of them. What really chopped my broccoli last night was the expression on Tiffany's face when she was chasing the constituents, speaking to. Yeah, she was a mess at Thornton. I was supposed to go live last night, but forgot that they had the Thornton Township meeting. And I said, oh, damn, I said, let me change it. And then I had went to Late Night Crew, his channel, because he was actually there at the Thornton Township meeting and recorded it. So I watched that. I watched Burgundy Blue. She was there. She was recording it. You had Long Island Auditor, who's another content creator on YouTube, was actually filming and recording it. Jedediah Brown was there, for crying out loud, and he gave Tiffany a tongue lashing as well. So that's been recorded. All of this is evidence for Lori Lightfoot to begin compiling together all actions, all meetings, who's involved, how they're involved, and how they're connected. Yeah, I agree, Hugh. I believe so too. I believe that when they couldn't straighten their story out as to what they were going to put together, they had to put a gun there to justify the shooting. See, that fits. If there's a gun there, that gives them reason to shoot. There's no gun there. Yeah, they were losing their mind trying to figure it out. Losing their mind trying to figure it out. Oh, okay, Clark. No problem. That happens to me too. That happens to me too. Yeah, planted. I really don't think it was a gun. Did they check fingerprints? Well, yeah, do forensics on it. Do forensics on it. Why 4 days later? Because it took them that long to figure it out. Would not have taken days. She could not throw it out. The officer had the boyfriend out of the vehicle and the cop got in. So the police are lying. Yeah, they just switched. But you figure, why would you jump into the vehicle from the passenger side? What were you going to do? Pull her out the passenger side? That was an escalation tactic there too. Because once the officer, Perez, hit her and knew that there was a struggle or a scuffle going on, yeah, he decided to jump into the car. He probably made her pull off too. Whether it was her doing or not, he could have done that. Pulled the shift stick down and she hit the gas. That's why we need to see what the rest of his body cam footage. 6141. because that's the body cam that was in the vehicle. Why police decided to shoot outside the car after the car had left Bubba's, go figure that one out. No one was shooting back until they heard gunfire. When Perez heard gunfire, he decided then to get his weapon and fire in that direction. That was also dangerous because he could have hit his own partner, knowing that he was in a damn car. Stupid. They always find the weapon first and then report it. So they waited 4 days to say something about the gun. It's suspicious. Yes, Tina. They waited 4 days. Yeah, you can definitely see she was hit. And for that, police chief at the time, I think his name is Cullins and everything else like that, he couldn't determine whether she was hit or not. Man, if I can see it, you're damn sure, damn well you can see the damn thing. The officer struck her first, which escalated the situation. Well, he's no longer there anyway. He took a job in Florida. Since the caller said she had a gun, planting one covers their ass. Yeah. Well, it was a gun call. Yeah, definitely. Isn't Andrew Holmes also the one that claimed he saw the video of KJ walking in the freezer? Yeah. Everything he's tied to is a mess. Obviously, he's in one now. I don't trust anything. That boy's in jail for 7 years. Wow. After he watched the gun down his girlfriend. Oh, I didn't know he was in jail. He's in jail for 7 years. Wow. Yeah, they got to clean up. They damn sure got to clean up Dalton. Oh, they sold the business? Yeah, get out of it, right? Just to get out of it. Thank you so much. You saw the truth. Oh, you're welcome, Kara. You're welcome. Yeah, I wanted to come on here to exclusively highlight that. Because when people see that video in its natural speed, in its entirety, you really can't see it. And damned if you go back and look at it again, because, you know, that's how people see things. But if you really want the truth, you gotta really look at it from a different perspective to find the truth. And there's not a lot of people out there that's taking the time to want the truth, and they are in positions, whether it be law enforcement or politicians, they don't want the truth. They don't want it. And these are the most corrupt and screwed up people that get into these powers of the positions of power, and we're the ones being subjected to it all the time. All the time. Either you have a politician stealing taxpayer dollars out of your pocket, or you have the police shooting people down. One of the two shows up in the story almost every day. One of the two. That means more to me than anything else. Absolutely. So that's what I want to see too, Gracie. I want to see the raw footage in its entirety, and that should be used as evidence in a court of law. If they messed with that video, tampering with evidence, yeah, nail them. Nail them both. Because Officer Colton and Perez need to be put in jail for what they did. That wasn't serving the public, that wasn't to serve and protect the public at all. That's about as ass backwards as anything else. You take an oath to serve and protect. They didn't do that that night. They sure didn't do it that night. I think an element possible, I can't tell from looking at a video, but there may have been a possible element of racism there. And I don't take that off the table either. I do not take that off the table. It's going to end up on the streets. Absolutely. So as I dig into this, oh, Robin B is in the building. Just tuned in. Glad to hear you're on live stream. All right. Well, thank you. No, I'm glad a lot of you took your time out tonight and come by and visit with me. I don't go on every day. Casework happens to, be a part of what I do here on my channel. And usually if I can put something together, cohesively together, and present it, then I'm good with that. I'm good with that. But going from Tiffany Henyard, Mayor Henyard, the hen, all the way to a police shooting, and now to a special investigator, and now to Andrew Holmes now being indicated in this essay charge or allegation, that is, things are starting to pick up. This thing is starting to move fast. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I was reading an article where he has a court appearance in June coming up for the essay allegation. So that's going to be interesting. Cameras are going to be on him, that's for sure. I'm filling out an additional FOIA request. Okay. Lena is in the building. Did he hit her? Yes. And you saw it plain as day. That's why I slowed it down to where you can actually see from the time he hit her and how her body flailed backwards. He hit her hard enough for her left arm to be above her head. And he hit her with the hand he had his flashlight in. All initial reports said no gun. 4 days later, they find a gun. That tells you something's wrong right there. And you got to figure out who the hell's idea was that. I would lean more toward Colton because he was the one in the vehicle. How you shoot somebody being dragged outside of a vehicle if you were dragged outside of a vehicle? It's impossible. Either you're hanging on for your life or you're going to let go of the vehicle and hopefully survive it. No, he was in the car. And he shot her at close range, lost control, and slammed into a bicycle shop. And I'm sure when they didn't find a weapon, hence the idea to have a weapon came about. Because to see that video footage in its entirety, uncut, raw, and real, clear, no distortions, anybody, even a 5-year-old can take a look at that and see what's going on. She did not have to die that way. Going out for food, for crying out loud. They weren't robbing a bank. Going out for food. And then going right back home. And that's what they encountered. The wrong way. Now, in looking at that video and knowing knowing our society today, where you have white officers approaching people of color, in this case, brown or black, don't matter, but people of color, it puts tension in the air when those two elements are combined, always. No black person wants an officer up in their face, especially threatening with a weapon in any way, shape, or form, and vice versa. They don't want to be up in our face doing that as well because they are afraid of black people. I'll say it. That's why they come gun-toting most of the time, a high majority of the time, a lot of the time. So they're just as afraid of doing their job just as well as the victim is afraid of encountering these people. So that right there sets a tone. With an extended clip. See, there's details here. Extended clip. What kind of a gun was it? Revolver? Semi-automatic? Was it a 9mm? 357? What kind of a gun was it? Did they give you the details on that? Probably took it out of the evidence locker. Probably what happened. Yeah, police getting into a car. How do you do that? Why would you do that? And that's what, and I'm looking for the officer outside the vehicle on the ground. I said, there's no way that could possibly happen because if the door was open and she scraped the right side of that vehicle, of her vehicle, onto the front right end of the other vehicle that was directly in front of her, there would have been no way he could have been dragged because you don't see it. So there were a lot of mistakes that the police officers made that night. And they had to come up with a story, a different one. Oh, absolutely, Lena. Absolutely violated her rights. With no cause. For no just cause. Now, in looking at it, like I said, at first glance, it's quick. I mean, the news can only show you but so much, but it's quick. And I looked for various different videos that showed that incident. And it's very limited on the internet, on YouTube, that is. But 1 + 1 is 2 all day, every single day. And when you want to see something, you give it your best attention. When you truly want to find the truth, you give it your best attention. And this is what they failed to do. Because they got to put something over on somebody else. And you can't enforce the law by breaking it. And that's what they did that night. I'm sure that may have happened too. Just to get that off the table, go and hide it someplace else. But I just hope that Lori Lightfoot is going to do what she's there to do and not be there to play ball with these people. I truly hope that. Because when I first heard about it, I said, oh, no, not Lori Lightfoot. Why her? Why couldn't they get somebody else out of state come in and do that? Independent special investigator. And then I started reading a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And I said, well, wait a minute. She just might be the right person to deal with this. Because she's worked with the feds. She's worked with as a prosecutor. And she's worked with forensic auditors. And she's handled corruption cases. That damn sure qualifies her. $400? Okay, boom. But in the next few weeks, at least at best 30 days, we'll find out what Lori Lightfoot is going to eventually come up with. Because it's going to be at the next board meeting. It should be something there that the board of trustees can tell us as to how the investigation is going since day one. So that'll be happening next month. So yeah, we're going to keep our eyes on that because, I'm sure that if she is able just to get a small portion as evidence, she's going to find exactly what she's looking for. With all that money being spent, all those trips being taken, there's no way you can hide that. And if you got this guy as the village administrator, this Keith Freeman dude, trying to wash the paperwork, yeah, there'd be no way in the world you can hide that. And he knows his ass is cooked too, because he's in bed with Henyard. And her boyfriend is also in bed with Henyard. And the people that haven't been showing up at the Board of Trustees meeting is also in bed with her. Every time they have a trustee meeting, Stan Brown and Andrew Holmes is not there. So they're giving themselves away by taking those actions. They were elected to those seats. Why aren't you at the board meeting? Why aren't you at the board meeting? You don't work for the mayor. You work for the people. You're there to protect and to be of service to those people regarding their tax dollars. Why on earth would you condone not giving them a financial report? And the man can't even read numbers. I was on Della Creme Della, and she was playing one of the board meetings because she did a fabulous job taking you through each meeting to bring you up to speed up until the April 1st meeting and then the April 8th meeting just this week. And he could not read the numbers regarding the corporate finances. I'm saying, what? Why the hell is he there if he can't read the damn numbers? Yes, Patriot, yeah. It is sick. Oh, I think he is. I think Collins is also, he also has a lawsuit against Henyard for being fired. They charged him with a gun. They charged him for the gun. Oh my God. Hey, they got to fight that. Doubt the cop that jumped in the passenger seat was worried about a gun when he so aggressively got in. You think if they were worried about them having a gun approach, they would have been more cautious. Absolutely. I mean, you would think you're not going to run up into a gun. You would think so. Truth costs them money. Elections have consequences. They do. They do. People have to know that if you're going to elect officials, vet the shit out of them. You don't cast a vote for anybody until you connect with them and they connect with you. And there's some kind of sign of integrity about the individual running for office. Now, I got to admit, Henyard got out there bright and early, and I mean, she put on a good show. I'm going to take care of this. I'm going to take care of that. We're going to fix infrastructure. We're going to clean up our streets. We're going to get the economic development people on bringing in business to Dalton. I said, what the hell are they going to Las Vegas for, to bring in business from where? But Las Vegas? They don't do nothing but gamble out there. There's casinos and hotels. What could you possibly learn of running a township, from a casino and a hotel business? And the money spent on these trips were actually food given to seniors. I like the way they spun that. I said, how is that possible? They spent literally thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars and said that was for food given to the seniors. Now, she has, to some degree, spent money, taxpayer dollars, on bottled water and food baskets and stuff like that. I feed the town. And then she spends it in her own direction. I feed the town. What are you talking about? People have been paying for it. Checking in, everyone. Charlene Green. Okay, Charlene. I know I'm behind in the comments. I want to try to make time to get to them. Look at all the lawsuits over the last few years with Dalton PD. Yeah, it's outrageous. It's outrageous. There was a video of Henyard sitting in her office with a stack of papers, and she's telling you these are all the cases that she's won. 25-0, 25-0. No, those are all the lawsuits against her that she hasn't began to fight yet. And if there's enough of them, enough for Lori Lightfoot to find out how many lawsuits are against her and then compile them in a way, not only to identify a pattern of corruption and fraud, but also other criminal aspects. So yeah, if they're going to charge her or indict her, it's going to be a stack of indictments. Because she's not the only one going down. She's not the only one going down. From the hen to the yard chicks. We the people demand the people in the office to speak to us better. Yeah, she's got an attitude. She's got a big chip on her shoulder. A huge chip. I said, once I saw that, I said, uh-oh. She got ego the size of what Arnold Schwarzenegger looked like before. She got a big ego. And she's not running the townships according to protocol. She's running it the way she views it should be run. And if she bangs into a few problems, then she'll lean back a little bit. But right now, she's leaning into all of the stuff. and don't care. Literally. Poorly trained police department learn the law. Yes, they should. They should be going to school every day. Follow the law, especially if you're supposed to enforce it. I'm with you on that. Enforce constitutional testing for law enforcement. Absolutely. Because we don't know if they're taking any kind of drugs for stress, anxiety. They sure as hell show up at a bar and drink to death. Then they get up the next morning and do the job all over again, wearing all that heavy equipment. Who the fuck wants to wear all that heavy equipment? She'll go back to stripping. It's all good. All right, Phil. That's if she doesn't end up in jail. Yeah, I'm sure she, with this in the news, is as far back as her being in office for the last couple of years. I'm sure Lori Lightfoot has got a good idea of who Tiffany Henyard is and how to deal with her. Because if she has to subpoena documents, if she has to go to court for subpoenas and everything else like that, that's also going to be a part of her report. And if Tiffany is going to violate not complying with subpoenas, that also goes to record. See, either way, it's for Tiffany, it's damned if you do and damned if you don't. She put herself in a box. She put herself in a box, and she can't see it. She cannot see it. And I'm saying, God, open your eyes. Can't you see what you look like in public? No, because she's too busy looking into the camera and not at herself. And I just don't get her. That's easy, Laura. Will audit the bank records. Yeah, that's the first place you go. You get everything from the bank, and then any vendors that Dalton Township, Village of Dalton and Thornton Township, any vendors they use, she's going to connect directly with the vendors. When you sent this bill out last year in the month of May, what bill did you send out? Could you send me a copy of it? Because once you have that bill from the beginning, now you'll see how it goes through the financial process until it goes to board approval. So that's going to be real easy to determine. That's it. You know, you got to follow the money. Follow the money. Kanika Jenkins. Yeah. God rest her soul. Only to find out that the same dude that was involved in that case is now involved in this one. Definitely. They don't work or care about the people. They're there for the money. Every single one of them are there for a paycheck. And if you don't do what you're told, you're out. They fire you. They let you go. They come up with some cockamamie story to set you up to drop you out. Yeah, Stan is definitely not a finance guy. He can't read numbers. Definitely. Yeah, I would agree with that, Succeeding. I would definitely agree with that. Because he knows what bills, what vendors to pay versus the ones that shouldn't be paid right away. And without them knowing the numbers, makes it hard for him. And all of the trustees that stand behind that. It makes it very difficult. Contractors, street pavers, sanitation, I mean, all of that stuff. Waterworks, Department of Transportation. Oh, man. And then you got a Delgado, the attorney over the last 2 years. How you get a $900,000 bill? $900,000. It's almost $1 million for that law firm to justify their position as a corporate counsel. Unbelievable. Can't wait to see her out. I'm with you. I live in South Holland, which is in the Thornton Township. Okay, Joel. Wow. Because last night's meeting at the Thornton Township was absolutely outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. When Late Night Crew was down there, Shay was down at the meeting. They put a security guard in front of him so he couldn't record the meeting. They tried to boot him out. I say he's there just like everybody else. They picked on him. You had Long Island Auditor there. You had Burgundy Blue there. Commentary, she was there. And a number of people. I believe Kiana Belcher was also recording the meeting as well. She was sitting more up toward the front. So she had better sound and a better point of view. Because they never have good mics that work, if you notice. They have these mono mics, I call them. You can't hear them clearly. And go back and look at the town meetings to see how everything went. So look, we need better mics. They're not coming in clear. That's what I would think. Perhaps I wanted the police to get there to get her to stop banging on the window. That's all I wanted. Get her to stop banging on the window. Yeah, that's a good question. Joel, did you attend the meeting last night? She got a whole lot more names than that. Oh, Lord. She got a whole lot more names than that. Yeah, definitely pure criminal. Nino Brown. Oh, yeah. Yeah. This is what she's all about. This is exactly what she's all about. How do you know? How do I know? How do you know? Real simple. Just take a look. She wasn't dressing like that before she became mayor or supervisor. She was coming in jeans and a top shirt like everybody else. $149,000 for a Tahoe. Really? Look at this. This is all designer stuff, probably coming from New York. Look at this. Look at this. See, when you wear it, it can be seen. Say in order to spend money, you got to look like money. And then to go to a board meeting looking like this. Nino Brown. And she was actually verbatim saying words to the same effect that Wesley Snipes said, as Nino Brown in the movie New Jack City, she is saying the same thing. Does somebody know something? Nobody don't know nothing? Carrying a stuffed dog. I said, is she out of her mind? Does she see what she looks like and she's out in public at a board meeting? Acting like that? Playing Rihanna? Pay me what you owe me. I said, they got the wrong person. And it's sad because that wasn't the same person that was running for the office. Truly not. She's got a corrupt police department. Right down the nail. No doubt. And then she's got a private security team. Her bad boys. Who works 300 hours for $13,000 paycheck in 2 weeks? How is that physically possible? Not unless they're sleeping with her. How is that physically possible to build 300 hours? Lori's going to find it because it's already showed up in the news. Part of her work is definitely done. Security detail. And this chief definitely is going to hang too. He's going to hang too. Because he listens to Tiffany. He's not worried about the law. Why? Because they can shape it. As we've seen in Alexis Wilson's case, they can mold and shape it the way they want it. And for her to come in and veto a resolution for them to have her investigated, she just came in and said, we're not doing that. She came right in and vetoed the trustee's resolution to have her investigated. Like she was closing a door. Good thing they had the power to override it, which they did. And now an investigation can commence to get the FBI now to come in. Who knows? That could be happening right now as we speak. Because now her veto has been overridden. And to get him too. Get him too. Another criminal. Another one. And you talk about squirrel meetings. You want to talk about squirrel meetings? Oh, man. Here's one right there. The three little squirrels sitting in a Zoom meeting, probably trying to advise him. You think they're going to come after me? Oh, I don't know, Andrew. I have no idea. Just stay out of sight, keep your mouth shut, and don't talk to nobody. Maybe they'll forget. Maybe they'll leave it alone. Oh, okay. Okay, well, how long is this going to take? I don't know, Andrew. Well, you think I can come and pick up my paycheck? Having these little squirrel meetings. The reason she brings it up and calls it a squirrel meeting to the 4 trustees is because she's back here on Zoom having her own squirrel meetings. You can't make this up. This will turn into, eventually, I feel, will turn into a movie. Because it's been playing out like one from jump. Now, when I saw this picture, I said, damn, does he realize what he looks like? I said, if I'm looking at this picture carefully, why does he look like Bugs Bunny? without the ears. What do you got? Just 3 teeth on top? He shouldn't have been smiling to begin with. It looked like he got 3 teeth on top, or they're just coming up from the bottom and he's got no top. That's the way I see it. But overall, these two have got a major problem and they can't get out the box now. There's no way they can leave the box. Tiffany should have done something proper once that story or the allegations, once she was made aware of those allegations. Friend or no friend. She should have done her job. No, she fires the woman. She sends her on unpaid leave. No, first she said, I'll put you on medical leave, paid medical leave. Even though the woman didn't want to be on paid medical leave, she insisted. Come to find out shortly thereafter, it was not paid medical leave. Then when she wanted to come back, she was sent a letter from the Thornton Township. And it was confirmed by Keith Freeman that, yeah, she had been terminated. How the hell do you terminate someone that just brought an incredible situation to your attention that needs to be addressed, and addressed by you because you have the power to address it, and you don't? They have a serious problem. So when she is ready, when Lori's ready, and she's already working now, when she's ready to finalize that report, I'm telling you, it's going to be a bombshell report. Because one thing about numbers, everybody knows about. I don't know about Tiffany, though, but everybody knows about. They are absolute. You can't change them, not unless you're changing them. You cannot change numbers, not unless you are changing them. And if you're padding and moving, rearranging, redirecting, it's all got to show up. All of it's got to show up. So the battle lines have been drawn. If Tiffany is smart, she'll comply with it. If she's smart. But time will tell. Time will tell. Let me get back to your comments. Oh, I've been missing a lot here. Why so many obviously corrupt? It's a good question. Why are there so many obviously corrupt black politicians now? Because black people ain't had no money like this before. Coming out of what, post-COVID? Black people ain't had no money like this. Tiffany said, I'm mayor at 48 grand, and then found the opportunity to, hey, let me be supervisor too. See if I can get that money. Lightfoot's hair looks like it made a forced landing. Okay, Agent. All right, Agent Smith. Hey, well, when you get old, that's what happens. You get hairlines, you get, you know, hair growing all over the place, out your nose, out your ears. Yeah. Who's that, Debbie? Who do we think is smart? Who are you referring to? You talking about Tiffany or Lori? I have no idea. Yeah, how did Lightfoot get in the office in the first place? Yeah. Well, they gave her a shot as mayor in Chicago. That didn't work out too well. She was fighting with everybody, and everybody was fighting with her. And it seemed like anything she ever tried to accomplish or do, it just other people made it difficult and tough for her. She just wasn't taking a lot of people's shit. And when you do that, then it makes it tough going all the way around. All the way around. John Roberts, welcome. It's not just the money. It's not looking at who they are voting for, right? And that's what they have to do. She looks like Beetlejuice. All right, Hugh. Don't get us warmed up now. Here today, going tomorrow. Okay. Y'all coming in with the jokes, huh? Best thing to do is to write in who y'all want on the ballot where it says write in. Yeah, if they're there, I don't pick parties. I don't pick parties. I feel that you're capable, regardless on what party that you're representing. You're capable. You got the background and the fortitude to deal with it. Yeah, and you make sense. You got my vote. You're doing the job, you'll get my vote again. Serious. Man, this community is growing. All right, Smitty, welcome. I got a lot of new people up in here come to see me tonight. The Barry Institute had an initiative to see Black women as prosecutors in the early 2000s. Okay. Get more of them in there, huh? Her family's not even good people. I grew up with some family of hers on the south side around 95th by Michigan. Okay. Just like Harold Washington. Smitty got put on by, oh, okay. Well, thank you. Much love to LNC. I know he's probably on now. I'm not sure. But as soon as I get off of here tonight, I'll be checking on him. I haven't seen a notification come from him. Not as of yet. I don't know if he might be sitting back in the cut watching me. But he did an extraordinary job. Absolutely extraordinary job giving coverage to Thornton Township last night. Lori's University of Chicago degree looks shiny. Yes. Hey, there's my brother. Boss Blake is in the house. He says, salute to everyone. I finally figured it out, boss. I got locked out of StreamYard. I finally figured it out. I had sent StreamYard a newer email address because I wanted to separate certain accounts from my John Q account to move some things out of that. And sure enough, I gave him my new email address trying to access StreamYard with my John Q account. I said, why am I shit happening? Sure enough, we met in the back with 54 Keys, another content creator. And the three of us make up the roundtable whenever we do roundtable sessions at 54 Keys' house, right? I said, sure enough, he comes back here backstage on my channel. I said, how do you get in my StreamYard and I can't get in? Well, obviously I gave him the keys. Thank God I did. I said, is my shit still there? You know, my pictures and my intros. And he said, yeah, they're still here. Oh, man. So I didn't have to use Chrome, though. I didn't have to use Chrome. I went back to my Brave. The votes don't matter. It's who's counting the votes that matters. Yeah. And with all this electronic voting machines and everything else like that, you never know. Netflix is already planning the next blockbuster. Oh, well, that's what they do. Good evening, John and chat. Hope all is well. Leonetta, yes, thank you. All is perfect. For the 2.5 hours I've been up here, all is perfect. We've been talking about Mayor Tiffany Henyard and her corrupt self. Now with Andrew Holmes, now out there in the open. Oh, where could he show his face now? Where could he show his face now? Let's take a look once again. Where could he show this beautiful mug of his now? Hey, boss, is that teeth from the bottom or teeth from the top? Y'all got to take a vote. Y'all got to take a vote. The teeth from bottom up or teeth from the top down? Because all I see is 3. Because this picture killed me. I said, oh, I got to get this. I got to get this. I mean, they fought everything Harold Washington tried to accomplish. The only mayor, first term, to clear up deficits and gave 10% salary back to the city of Chicago to clear up finances. Oh, wow. See? That's called doing the work. That's called doing the work. See, but between us, this is the guy they got to get. Keith Freeman. That's the guy behind both walls like Tiffany. He's not only the advisor from Thornton Township getting a check there, he also works for the village of Dalton as well. And also was the creator of the Tiffany Cares Foundation. And it is a conflict of interest to have an employee who works for you to open up a foundation in your name to where you say, I got nothing to do with it. It's just that people just use my name and they want to make money off me. We heard it what she said when she was talking to Roland Martin. She's lying straight out her mouth. You mean to tell me you haven't told them that they had to check with the Attorney General's office because they haven't filed the proper paperwork for the foundation? Oh, well, you have to talk to my attorneys about, they know all about that stuff. She backtracked all the way out of that conversation. So you're definitely saying the foundation is not yours and you've got nothing to do with it. You don't know about any bills or who's making any payments towards it or donations. Nope. Directly in his face. Only because she was thinking about this guy, Keith Freeman. His name is on the corporate documents pertaining to the foundation. You see how simple it is? So if I can find it, Lori is definitely going to find it. If I can find it, Lori is definitely going to find it. Especially with that foundation, because I'm sure that Kwame Raoul, the Attorney General for Chicago, who's gotten wind of this, is going to want to find out from Lori Lightfoot what her findings were about it now that there's a special investigator that's going to be looking into both the village of Dalton and Thornton Township. And one thing leads to the other, because she'll also have to look into the police department. They also have a credit card account that runs through the Dalton Township. That bill is going to be so obvious. And that's going to lead to who? Chief Lacey's spending for his department. How they were able to afford the brand new police vehicles that are basically unmarked, all of the black security vehicles, better be on the paperwork. And they bet not it costs $149,000 like her vehicle is, because Lori's going to find it. And that's what the holdup of the financials are all about since last year, since what? The month of May. No, September. I think the last financial records that Jason House said that they received was the September bills. That's October, November, December, January, February, March. That's a half a year of paperwork missing off their desk. Where is it? Follow the money. Yeah, exactly, Miss 45. Ain't no way somebody else is going to use your name. Collect donations. Because what they basically did when they took that trip to Las Vegas, according to the court document, is that that trip was paid for through Thornton Township. All of it. 2 police officers. There were 13 people in the entourage, in her group that went. 13 people went to Las Vegas. Andrew Holmes went with them too. 13 people going on one big trip. It's supposed to be a business conference. But that's dude. He tells this dude and his cronies, her security, her special elite security team, the bad boys here that hang with her, what to do. To see such a young lady get so mixed up and messed up in this game called politics and feels that she can get away with it. Unbelievable. But like I said, these two have a major problem. They have a major problem. And they can't get out of that box. When the court appearance happens in the month of June, we'll know exactly which direction this is going to go. Because this man has not appeared in any board meetings whatsoever since the time these allegations came out. Absent for at least 4 of them. Gone. So he gave himself away by having an empty chair with his name on it, told us who the person was who allegedly abused another employee. So that was easy. Thank you, Andrew. You're doing quite well. Your hairline starting to look like Lori's hairline too, right? Yeah. Yep, it's there. Yep, you can't miss it. Nothing but head. Thank you, boss, for saying that. Yeah, if you're new, hit the subscribe button. We have a lot of fun here whenever we do case breakdowns. I wanted to get this off my table. This one, I said, yeah, I want to do this one. I just got to get into my damn StreamYard. Voter ID is an easy fix. All the feds have to do is to make federal IDs and make it free as long as you have a birth certificate and a social security number. Have voter IDs. John, I'm in a red state. One of only 9 states with a AAA bond rating. They do very well here. Well, that's good. Triple A? Okay. See, that's the way it's supposed to look on paper. That's exactly what it's supposed to be on paper. That's right. Especially when you don't know the details. You don't see all this on CNN or the mainstream news. Yeah, I know. Keep it quiet. Very quiet. Very quiet. It's 140 people in here. Can we get them likes? Well, you know me, boss. I don't ask people to like my content until I'm done. That's usually when, yeah, that was a good movie. I'll give it a like. I saw it all. I experienced it all. I'll give it a like. You know, people ask for likes at the very beginning as soon as they get on. Hey, people, how you doing? All right, get those likes up. I need my likes up. It's like, I can't come in like that. So you ain't said shit yet. How am I gonna like something you ain't given yet? I said, I'll wait. Yeah, definitely. To keep in contact with me. That's why you subscribe. Hey, John's going live. Let's see what he's talking about. I like his breakdown. He does look into things differently than most other people do. Who? Guilty as charged by your actions. Yeah, that's going to be made simple. He looks like Marion Barry, mayor out of D.C. that got caught smoking crack in a hotel. Oh, man. It's probably what he's doing. I mean, he drugged the woman. It doesn't say what kind of drug was found in her system. And when she did go to have herself checked out, we don't know if they drew blood. That would have been the first thing that they would have done. Hearing a story like, yeah, I passed out and then ended up in somebody's hotel room the next morning, half clothed. Didn't know how I got there. And this nigga standing up there looking at my face. I let you sleep. What the hell am I doing here? What do you mean you let me sleep? Oh, you passed out. I didn't want to bother you. And then called a cop to do a face-to-face video stream with him to show the cop what he was doing to this woman and bragged about it. Now that's captured on his iPhone. Think about it, folks, because forensics is going to be very easy to find. He collected that on his iPhone. Then when he got back to Dalton, he was demoted to go from special security detail, the bad boy detail, back to patrolling the streets, right? Then they gave him a hard time because there was an incident that happened with him concerning an arrest that he had made, and he had injured his back. That's well documented in the court document. And what they basically did was begin ostracizing him. Chief Lacey and the bad boy crew were told, whether by Keith Freeman or Tiffany Henyard, not to talk to him. So now he's been isolated. And they kept doing that. They have special events. He's told to leave. That's starting to mess with your money. And that begins a different process for that individual, Byron Miles. Because if he's not making the money that he needs to make to pay his bills, it probably lean him back to go a different direction for employment. You see? Do other side gig jobs like the Bad Boy Crew. And then get released from your duties when they're ready to release you. Oh, you're not showing up at work on time. They try to make you look incompetent, because that way they can let you go. I mean, it's plain and simple. Yeah, term limits, yeah. Because some of them don't know how to leave. We have people in Washington, D.C. that die in office. Been there since they were 25. And then die like, in their 80s or 90s. Like, what's her name? Feinstein out of California. They just get old and pass away. Right out. Because the money is so good. And these are the millionaires that come up out of Washington, D.C. Public office. And they leave millionaires. They don't know anything else better to do. Allow someone else to be service to the public. So they stay in office. And we get the results that we get. They get jaded in their jobs, and we get subjected to the results. That's how it works. Whether it is the government in Washington, D.C., or a small township like Dalton. As soon as you get in there and you see how much tax money you have at your disposal, oh man, she must have fell out like she hit the lotto. But me, I would have opposed her becoming supervisor of Thornton Township, collecting $224,000. She had no experience as a supervisor, number one, even though she served on their trustee board. She wouldn't have got that money. Say, look, you've never been a supervisor before. Why would I give you $200,000? Do a first term, let's see how you do, and then we'll evaluate you, which they should have done. But Christopher Gonzalez seems to be the man standing outside that group, because she's manipulated the trustees in the Thornton Township too. And then she wrote an ordinance to have it changed just in case she doesn't take office anymore. Drop it down to $25,000. But she won't take $25,000. She'll keep her salary. Crazy. But that which can be done one way can be undone another. One law can be amended. That's why they have the word amendment. You can make changes and vote on the changes. So that's not in stone. But it's crazy though, because it really reveals who she really is. Yet the hard fact about it is that she doesn't know. And that's the lesson she'll learn. Because boy, when that day of reckoning comes, boy, I'd like to be a fly on the wall watching that happen. Okay. You're like the others, repeating things you heard with no evidence. Okay, Donna. I can only give you the news video, the news clippings, any specific articles I find, and give it my best assessment. I'm not in law enforcement. Neither have I ever said that I had credentials in it. Someone got to do thorough work. Yes, I agree. And check out both sides, but all sides see our echo chambers. Yeah, you always got to get both sides of the story, Donna. You can't make a judgment on partial information. You got one side versus another. That's why they bring it into court. Let's get them both together, and now let's hear what they both got to say and what evidence they have to show. Lay it on the table, examine it, reevaluate it, and then come to your conclusion about it. That's what they do in court. Because people don't have the time or the inclination to try to sort these things out themselves anymore. That officer has a lawsuit against the police. Yes, he certainly did. In fact, he filed a lawsuit with the victim using the same attorney. Oh, Edie, thank you. Just subbed. Okay, yeah, get my numbers up. I do a boss play. Get my numbers up. Hit the like button, please. I think the trustees are wasting the taxpayer money by hiring Lightfoot. Okay, Kathy. What authority does she have? Meaning Lightfoot. Lightfoot. What a name to have, right? I thought she was Indian. When I heard the name, then when I saw her, I said, no, that's not a Lightfoot. I'm not sure if Dalton will survive as a village. I wish the best, but I'm done. No, I feel you on that, Kathy. Looking at this situation, just as you expressed it here, yeah, you could feel that way. You could feel that way. I was waiting for an independent investigation from the feds. But in order to determine if they should utilize all of their resources into investigating Henyard, you got to get somebody from the state. I thought the Attorney General, Kwame Raoul, would send somebody from the PAC office, Public Access Committee, that has access, that has oversight on the meetings that they have, as well as the Freedom of Information Act that they were in violation of. Nothing came out of that. So yeah, I mean, rather than wait for the Human Resource Department that they sent the complaints to, they're dragging their feet. They said, you know something, we're not going to wait any longer. And hence, just 2 days ago, they filed a lawsuit. Got to stop reelecting them. Yep. John Roberts, sorry to say the only way term limits will be is if it is put to a national vote. Yeah, we the people can do that. We the people can do that. Donna K, all verified facts. I try to stay away from speculation. I can give you my opinion, which I basically do. But when I want to present what I'm showing you that you're watching on my screen, those are facts that are going to be taken into consideration if a trial comes out of this. I believe there will be one. There's enough evidence spread out all over the place that can basically go to trial. And Lightfoot, being a former prosecutor, being that she worked with the FBI, being that she worked with forensic auditors before, she can make the job get done. Now, if she gets opposition for getting that information, she can record that, and now she can send it to the state and the feds. Because if there's fraud, money laundering, wire fraud, anything else attached to it, the feds have got to get involved. And they will spend the money and the resources to investigate. And when they come after you, look out. They're going to get what they're going to find. They'll get you. They'll get you. BJM, hello, Mr. John Q. I was listening to you on Burgundy's podcast today. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I hope you subscribe. Come back and join us. Tiffany has no skills. She can't run a business. Yeah, I know. 2 failed businesses too. She won't resign. That's true. I can't wait. Tiffany needs to go to jail. Okay, Kathy, take her to jail. You have my permission and the permission of the chat. Take her to jail. Get her. Take her in her Nino Brown suit. All you did was show what was already out there. I'm confused by that comment. Confused by that comment. How so? How so, Miss 45? Both sides of the story are so important. The receipts that Chicago News all got via FOIA, she's the other side. The victim shows the other side. The clerk locked out of her office shows the other side. Yeah. And the residents unable to attend meetings. Isn't that something? Yeah, the tax assessor, who was an elected official, couldn't get into her own office. And when she apparently did, which was video recorded, all her papers were messed with. All of her papers were messed with. And this is all being captured. Thank God. But every time the media shows up to either Dalton Township or Thornton Township, they kick them out of the building. They're locking people out of public access places. How the hell do you do that? People trying to get FOIA requests and they can't get them. Why are they hiring people to do the Fed's job? Who's that, John? Oh, independent. Right. I guess the feds need a little bit more evidence from someone inside who can get them some evidence, being that evidence is being withheld by the party that's accused of not turning it over. Why give your enemy the evidence to conquer you? Is Tiffany Henyard's philosophy. Make it difficult. Now let's see what Lightfoot can do. Because all she can do is record and report and turn that report over to the proper authorities and give recommendations as to who they should talk to and what the next step is. It's all she can do. It's all she can do. Drum Major, welcome. Could they do another? I was thinking about that on the mayor to make sure that she doesn't run again. I was thinking about that. I said, why didn't they appeal the recall, the first recall that happened? Because according to the judge in the first recall, she won by technicality. In other words, the recall documents weren't in accordance for the recall to officially take place. And words matter in court. But it's a different language, even though it's in English. Try to read a court document. Oh, man. Good luck. Tell you the truth, our government is just as corrupt as you. Yeah, definitely. It's all over the place. People more in love with money than anything else. More in love with money than anything else. Werewolf Man, Jackal. I just subbed as well. Whoa, okay. I was born and raised in Roslyn / Pullman, just outside of Dalton. Welcome. Glad you can join us. I hope you're a part of what's going on in Dalton. John just subbed as well. Well, thank you, John. Thank you. Oh, now we're getting there. Now you're making me feel good. Don't want me to leave. You got 3 hours out of me already. 3 hours, 7 minutes, and 5 seconds. She said you were saying what everyone else was saying with no evidence. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was saying what everybody else was saying with no evidence. Oh, man. You can't please everybody, right? I heard Holmes has a foundation. Oh, no, don't tell me. Under his name, too. I have no idea. But now he's going to be investigated? Yeah. They'll find it. They'll find out how many Jamaican jobs he's got. No pun intended. Jamaicans are hardworking people. Black people are hardworking people. They like money. So he's all over the place. We don't even know if he's a resident of Dalton. He could have a mailbox in Dalton as proof of residency in Dalton and work anywhere. Even get into public office. Damn P.O. box. Prior to leaving Chicago in 2000, Dalton was already becoming a ghost town. I can only fathom what's like today, aside from having to cope with a corrupt alderman, Kerry Austin, of the 34th Ward. I don't know. They get so fixed on one thing, they forget to do what that thing is supposed to be about. The vendors owe $55,000 tree, $65,000 ornaments, unpaid shows the other side. $1 million skating rink closed to kids shows the other side. 22,000 signs expressway shows all documented receipts show both sides, right? Wow. Vendor bills all racked up because something sounds like a good idea, yet not paid shows evidence all shown via FOIA, correct? Definitely. Reality Check TV is in here? Oh, check that out. Peace. Reality Check TV of Chicago is in the building. Welcome. Welcome. I had nearly almost 160 people up in here tonight. Wow. Now, I know you'll miss me. I've only been gone since, I didn't even come back and say Happy New Year. But welcome, yes. I hope you're subscribed. Super Mayor, stupid, useless person exemplifying rebellious mindset, antagonizing our reality. I agree with you. I truly agree with you. I truly agree with that. And the thing about it is that what's going to be her next move? What's going to be the Henyard? Her next move? She made a promise to those people in Dalton. She made a promise. Made a lot of promises, but only end up showing up to places. People get, well, yeah, she wants to be noticed. And she's definitely going out of her way to be noticed. That tells me low self-esteem. That's a big part of her mindset. I want to be noticed. And she shows it. And she's bold enough to. This is her character. This is what she wants you to see about her. I like to be nice. $1,700 for hairdo and makeup. It's on the bill. And I have to get in contact with Hannibal is Hungry. because he's got some receipts, some billing receipts. I'd like to take a look at. So if anybody's in contact with him, let him know that John Q would like to connect with him. And trying to get his email address. Now, obviously showing up, all in leather as a Nino Brown character from a movie, paying all this outrageous money to be noticed. She doesn't need to. She doesn't need to. And her attitude towards connecting with people is hurting her the most. Talking to them condescendingly like if they were children doesn't help. It'll never help. Far from it. So while you've got Keith Freeman and Henyard advising good old Andrew Holmes, I hope he's got a good attorney, because he's damn sure going to need it now, having these little squirrel meetings on these Zoom calls, because those are the only 3 on this Zoom call. So who's having squirrel meetings, Tiffany? You made a big mistake by not handling the business, since that's what you wanted to do at the board meeting, handle the business. Now you got some other business now to handle. That's the business right there. That's the business right there. I would have called her the second they approved my appointment as special investigator. I would have connected. You're the first person I want to see, Ms. Henyard. We're going to arrange to have a meeting at my office or yours. I'm not going to ask but once, too. I'm here on official business. I'm sure you're aware of that. Now, are you going to release the documents to me upon request as an appointed officer from the Board of Trustees to investigate this? Or do I have to report this to some other people? Because I can be on the phone right after I get out of the meeting with you and have some people get in contact with you. She can either make it easy or make it hard. That's the only position Tiffany can be in. And so far, she's been making it hard. So this is going to be quite a battle. Quite a battle. All right, let's see where I left off. People are talking to each other, how can you miss her? Yeah, that's right, Hugh. How can you miss her? She wants to be seen. She wants to be noticed. She wants to be appreciated, respected, but she's not given it. Therefore, she doesn't get it. You see the other side. She will keep lying. Yeah. That's what she does. You can't take what she says at face value, because she's already demonstrated that she can't. So why should you? You'd be a damn fool to. Every time the people keep saying receipts, show us the paperwork, show us the documentation, show us the receipts, she avoids it. She avoids it. And I saw last night through the Long Island audit when he was at the Thornton Township recording it, and he stepped up to the podium and he had some words with Tiffany. She was talking to the woman that was sitting beside her, not even giving him any kind of eye contact. I don't know if anybody saw that. And I'm going, look at that. And this is being recorded at a township meeting. Here is the supervisor totally ignoring an individual concerning important matters regarding her conduct. And she just totally ignored him. And then Jedediah Brown stepped up to the podium and, oh boy. So collectively online, certain content creators that have been putting out this information and staying on this information, because day to day, this case changes in a heartbeat. Now with the official complaint filed against Andrew Holmes, yeah, now we can say his name. And so can the news. He's not going to sleep good. He doesn't know what tests his victim ran with the medical people that she went to be examined by. Because if anything shows up in her blood, that's going to be on paper. If there's any THC or what is the other one? The date drug, GHC, whatever the heck it is, ecstasy, anything like that that showed up in her system that night that put her under so that he can have his way with her, then recorded on a police officer's telephone. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. This is, I mean, just give it away. Just give it away. Stephanie Weidman has receipts too, yes. And she's got a lot of background, Stephanie. She knows how the Thornton Township works. Tiffany should have invested some money in courses at South Suburban College. Yeah, kind of clean it up a bit. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but this is where we are. That's because she can't pronounce business. Y'all, I get it. We're a hot item right now. I get it. Talking like she from the deep South. Y'all. Deep South. Wait a minute. I haven't heard a politician sound like that. Y'all. I get it. Watch the meeting from the beginning of her term till now. You'll see something different, like I did. Watch dynamics. They turn on her 3 weeks into the term. Yeah, wow. Yeah, because I was thinking about playing the inauguration tonight. I said, no. I said, if I think about putting some different content together, I may include it, because there were some promises in the very beginning. In the very beginning, when she took the oath of office, in the very beginning, she stood outside here and made promises to specific people and to the community. And I said, wow, night and day. That which you promise is not even visible. Everything that opposes the promises to the people is what's been made visible. And if only she could go back to that tape, to her inauguration, and see what she told those people, and then measure it against what she has done, maybe that'll wake her up, who knows? But with a narcissist, they can't see. They can't see. Internally, spiritually, they can't see. And that's just from me. Yeah, they'll be saying that, Aaron. Welcome. All these different new names coming in here tonight. I hope you subscribe and hit the like button. All right, boss, I think I got your fever. Yeah, tell them, John. Tell them to hit the like button. It's okay. You can at least say it a few times. Then I watched all the meetings. I also watched how disrespectful Tiffany was to the previous mayor. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot his name. When she was sitting on the board of trustee at that time, yeah, she gave him a hard time. They had the evidence right there. They had all the evidence that they needed character-wise, not to even put her name on the damn ballot. Or more or less put a check in the box. Don't understand how someone would elect a convict car thief in the first place. Yes, she does have a record, but she didn't tell nobody about it. And Keith Freeman's got a record too, but he ain't tell nobody about it. And he was voted in by the Thornton Township for his job. And she goes out and gives a second chance job to a convicted felon who was a S offender. Served 25 years in prison, and how he got that job as a home inspector for the HUD subsidies that the township gets. Crazy. Because they had those programs. GHB. Thank you, Hugh. GHB. GHB. I knew it was some G something. Everyone knows in the area, Tiffany went to Frank Ziccarelli's house when his body was still inside as a political stunt. Wow. You can't get lower than that, yeah. But that was her opportunity. If that took place and she was there, yeah. She caught the family and friends of the family and people around the family and everything else like that. That was her opportunity to jump. Maybe I can get his job. And sure enough, that's what happened. Stefan, wow, okay. Welcome, Stefan. Or if they call it Stephen. But what I see is Stefan. Nemely. Welcome. Hope you subscribe and hit the like button. Thank you, boss. If you're still in the room. Y'all black. Y'all black. How could you go against a black woman who's in power? Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. Unbelievable. At a meeting, I watched those. I haven't gone that far back, just to 2021. That stays in your system. Does it stay in your system long? Anybody else have that answer? I don't know. I have no idea of whether GHB, how long, once it's in your system, stays in your system. That was also mixed with alcohol, so they did go out to dinner and they did have drinks. Next thing you know, she started, according to the court document, she became dizzy, lightheaded. Made it very hard for her to walk. And hence she got Holmes to the rescue. She is. All right, Hugh, y'all black. I hate to say it, but Mayor Tiffany will walk. Oof. Edie, please don't say that. And we'll have a fall guy. You know, that who knows? If you're gonna go, you might as well go all the way, right? Question is, who will the fall guy be? Well, obviously that's easy. That's easy. That's who it's going to be. Town advisor. And the thing that makes this even more sickening is that he also works for Dalton. So he's in both places that she's in. Think about it. It don't take that much math and science to put that together. He's in the same places, so he knows both sides of the business. He knows where the money is, knows how to move it, possibly knows how to cover it up, but they spent so much. And then again, you don't know in its entirety how much they spent over budget. We just know that there's at least $7 million in debt. And that's huge. That's the crazy part about it. That's huge. A narcissist would rather die than to confess their cognitive dissonance. Yeah, they would rather do that. Yeah. I agree. Go back to that pic. John, dude got that big coat on and the others are in short sleeves. What pic is that? Which pic is that? Of which one? Is it a group pic or is it a single pic? Because I didn't really load up my panel here tonight. I just grabbed a couple of pictures that I had in my folder. And I said, I'll just share these, get my point across, put some video together. And let me go here. This is what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. This is Lori's job. She's going in there for the numbers because the numbers are going to tell about everything. People and activities. People and activities. What is a forensic audit? How does it work? What prompts it? An examination, an evaluation of a firm or individual's financial records to use as evidence in a court of law or legal proceeding. Forensic audit examines and evaluates a firm's or individual's financial records to derive evidence used in a court of law or legal proceeding. Forensic auditing is a specialization within accounting, and most large accounting firms have a forensic auditing department. Forensic auditing requires accounting and auditing procedures and expert knowledge about the legal framework of such an audit. Forensic audits cover a wide range of investigative activities. A forensic audit is often conducted to prosecute a party for fraud, embezzlement, or financial crimes. And in the process of a financial audit, the auditor may be called to serve as an expert witness during trial proceedings. Forensic audits could also involve situations that do not include financial fraud, such as disputes related to bankruptcy filings, business closures, and divorces. So the key takeaways here is that a forensic audit is an examination and evaluation of a firm or individual's financial records. During the audit, an auditor can seek to derive evidence that could potentially be used in court, also be used to uncover criminal behavior, such as fraud or embezzlement. And when you are a forensic auditor, you specialize in a particular brand of accounting. Smaller firms may not have a forensic auditor on payroll, but most large commercial accounting firms have forensic auditing departments. Warning. If you've padded an expense report or even thought about it, you know that's an example of fraud and could be uncovered easily via a forensic audit. So these are the steps that Lori Lightfoot is going to be taking. Planning the investigation. I'm sure she's got her game plan out. She knows who she's going to talk to. She knows where's to go, what's to do, because she was a former mayor herself. She knows where the records should be. Let's see if they are there, though. She's collecting evidence, which, as a special investigator, that is her job to do. We'll find out how much she collects. She's going to put together a report of the findings of the investigation, a summary report of the evidence collected, an explanation of how the fraud was perpetrated, and suggestions for preventing similar frauds in the future, such as improving internal controls. Well, this is going to be easy because all you got to do is take the person out. It's the person that's doing it. Remove them, fraud stops. Last but not least, a court proceeding. This is her job. This is exactly the function of what she's going to put together just to get here to a court proceeding. And whether it be civil, I hope it's federal. And the way it's looking, a lot of money being missing and spent or misused, misappropriated, I hope it's federal. Because there was a portion of money that was used in another state, or several other states. What the hell am I talking about? Atlanta, New York, Las Vegas, a couple of others. Who knows what Holmes was doing when he came to New York or when he went to Atlanta? When they stayed at the Four Seasons in Atlanta. Oh, man, Four Seasons? And then the New York Marriott in Manhattan, $13,000 just for that trip alone to stay at that hotel. So if she had 13 people going with her to Las Vegas, how many people did she take with her to Atlanta and New York and all these other different places? And what proof did she bring back to report to the citizens of both Thornton and Dalton in regards to, quote unquote, bringing in new business? What report did they receive from her? So this is going to be Lori's job right here, putting it all together so that they can be prepared to go to court. What necessitates a forensic audit? Easy, corruption or fraud. Don't need to look too far for that. Asset misappropriation, financial statement fraud. I think this is where Keith's department is going to be right here. Financial statement fraud. And that's it. Not long, but this is going to be her job. I thought I'd share that with you too. So you know what's next. You know what to look for. You know what level, what area she's at when she does make a move. I like to educate. I find it. I want to share it. I want to know what's going to happen too, so I know what the next move is. I'm a new subscriber from Hawaii. Aaron, thank you. We are paying attention to Tiffany too. Good. Good. Much love to you and your family out there in Hawaii. Wow. Dynamics equals removing, kicking an elected official's photo each time you walk by. That's messed up. Kiana Belcher's picture being taken off the walls. When I heard that, I said, now that is so childish. Now she's telling you how low her self-esteem is. She doesn't give a shit. Yeah, she doesn't. That right there tells you she doesn't. And I know she doesn't like Kiana Belcher. Oh, you can see it every time they look around the room at each other. Tiffany Tahoe Tiffany is what people are calling her here in Hawaii. Yep, keep the name. Keep the name because they're going to add a couple more words to it. Is that Tahoe Tiffany goes to jail. That'll be part 2 of the movie. Yes, I'm here, LOL. They can test her hair. Yeah, they can test her hair to see how many times she had it done. 132 awesome people watching like now. Yes, definitely. It's good to have you all. Good to have you all. Not very long in the Ukraine. You don't know me. I don't? I don't know you? Okay. Well, thank you for being with us here. I don't know you. You don't know me either. But we can get to know each other if you stick around. John Q is one of my favorite movies. Oh, cool. Cool. I rubbed shoulders with Denzel Washington. He thought he was the only one. He thought he was the only one. In Oakland, California, she's known as Tyranny Super Hood Rat. Courtroom Antics TV, welcome. I've never had a courtroom join my chat before, but good to have you. We need you. I hope you brought your gavel. I hope you brought your gavel so we can beat her over the head. John, I live in Long Island. Yeah, I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York. Born, raised, educated, and worked my ass off in Manhattan. Stan Brown has a job with Thornton too. Yes, he does. I think he's in control of the housing program. Usually they would have several additional programs under the housing program. One, you can have get up to a certain amount of money once you apply, and it's all income based. You can get a certain amount of money to have your home repaired, windows, roof, doors, things of that nature. They also have should have the Section 8 program. That's a HUD program. I mean, there are many different, and that's federal money too. That's federal money. And if Lori Lightfoot finds any messings around with HUD money out of the subsidies, out of the home program, anything where they require Fed money, federal money, even state money, which he is in charge of, that's going to be a big problem for him. Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you for bringing that up. And still splending. Okay, I'm going to take that as spending. And still spending. Y'all black. You're always living lies being left accountable, causing chaos. Yes. I mean, that's what they have to cause. Like 3-card Monty. You don't know where the black cards are going to be outside the 2 red cards. You got to keep switching them back and forth so you can't see. That way, when you pick the wrong one, guess what? You're wrong. You're wrong. Why aren't the feds taking these folks out? They will be. They will be. You know how the feds work. Like I said, if you got their attention, they're not going to just come in, knock on your door and say, hey, you want to go out for a drink? They already have their case wrapped because they've been studying you both physically, on paper, and electronically. Think about that now. What phone calls were recorded between Keith Freeman and Henyard? What text messages were written between employees? Somebody going to talk? Somebody is going to talk. If nothing to hide, one would immediately show receipts. I fully agree. I fully agree. Who's in charge of payroll? That's going to be another big one. You go to payroll tell you everything. Payroll will tell you everything. Looked like a press conference group. Swearing in ceremony. Yep. All the promises that she made at that ceremony and how much that cost. You don't know me. You know, feds don't work that fast, but allegedly they were there 2 weeks ago. Reality check. Just think playing the corporate game. She could have joined Toastmasters, taken a few courses, and invested in a few businesses. See, haste makes waste. You're going to make a mistake. And now with her head spinning and she's got her head on a swivel right now, she don't know who's coming through a door or who's going to be meeting her in a parking lot. And that's not just to her. It's also to everyone that's colluding with her. Going to be hard. It's going to be very hard for some people to sleep. So if you start seeing them lose weight, you know why. Guess we will find out if it's all true or smear campaign. Time will tell, yes. And we all hope that the truth will prevail in this, Donna. Very good statement. I'm loving my small town life. Well, that's good. When I saw Dorothy Brown swore her in, I knew she was shady. I heard something about her too. I haven't dug into that yet. I mean, there's plenty here. There's plenty of content here for me to continue doing lives. I like looking in for the facts. If it's on paper, I got you. If it's on paper, I got you. If it's on video, I got you. Real simple. People should have known about an arrest record. Should have known about an arrest record. If state fails, can the Fed pick it up? Depending on, good question, Ms. 45, depending on the findings. Because Laura's going to be looking for violations, period. Period. Anything that don't smell right, she's going to find, and that she can report. And it has anything to do, especially with wire fraud, that's automatic Fed. Embezzlement is federal. And of course, shady accounting. Because if you're doing all this trying to be low key, it's going to be hard to do that. It's going to be hard to keep the book straight. And this is the reason for the holdup of 6 months worth of financial statements being not given to the full board of trustees in Dalton. The full board. Rattling off some numbers and then voting on them, the people have no way in the world of what's being spent. Now, what they're supposed to do is post the accounting on their website, on the Dalton website. I didn't see it. So all the meetings, and there are some on there that have minutes to those meetings, but they're supposed to give at least a record to the residents of Dalton. Make that accessible, and you can get that through the Freedom of Information. You can get it, you request it, but now they're not fulfilling Freedom of Information Acts. Now what do? How do you see the numbers? See, so they're already in violation of a state law under the Freedom of Information Act, number one. Two, they're under violation of the Open Meetings Act based upon that April 1st meeting and what happened. That was a huge violation. And the only way I can agree with Lacey saying it was a safety issue is because they're the ones who created the safety issue, not being able to let everybody into that meeting. So Jason House making a motion to vote to postpone the meeting and have it at another time was the right move. Because without doing so, it goes against the Open Meetings Act, especially if they are a registered taxpayer residing in the area in which they live, and that's the Dalton Township. So yeah, that's what I say too. The whole crew, her whole crew, needs to be examine and question. I hope what I really hope Lori can do is that if she has to get in contact with the feds to come in and do a forensic interview to get statements from people, and those statements are starting to lean in their direction, it's over. Now, 2 weeks ago, the FBI was talking to certain residents, business owners that weren't being treated fairly, being shut down. Pablo's and the other bar, which was closed by the police. Licenses are being held up by the township. I mean, there's a lot going on here, folks. So like I said, it's going to be easy to find. Easy to find. And once again, she has evidence to work with. You know what that evidence is? The board meetings and public commentary and what those people were talking about. Oh, I'll talk to that business owner. I'll talk to that homeowner. I'll talk to that one that had the pipe burst in the street and flooded her house. She tried to get repairs done through the township. They refused because it wasn't the right paperwork. I'll talk to Dr. Scott, especially her. She got her work cut out for her, and she's going to find all the paperwork because the paperwork will always lead you to the people controlling it. It's going to be very simple. It'll take some time, but once she gets it together, it'll be on a run. Yet she brought 0 businesses and still has not received the grant. Yes, they even turned down, $3 million for the mental health proposal. I'm glad they did. 11 mayors said no. 17 municipalities said no. You ain't raising my property taxes, no 42 up to $200. Are you kidding me? We ain't having that. We ain't got nothing for our money right now. So where are you coming from? So I'm glad they shut that down. Now that tells her, I got to look someplace else. How many other women did Holmes, Bill Cosby? I have no idea. And it goes to back to those trips. Because you know he went. And that's going to come out too. That's going to come out too. Once that deposition is taken care of, let me tell you, we're going to find out a whole lot more about him. Because he can't keep it now. It's out in the open. It's out in the open. I found him shady in the Kanika Jenkins case. That's for sure. Telling Teresa Martin to stop the protest. So what is he talking about? Her 19-year-old daughter is missing in a hotel 45 minutes outside of the Chicago city lines. She's looking for her in a hotel, and they're giving her the runaround. And you want me to what? Stop the protest? Yeah, because the hotel's losing money. Oh, please. Get out of here. Do you think the FBI is watching? Absolutely, Miss Angel. Absolutely. You better believe they've been watching for quite some time. I'm sure that they've been looking. They've been looking. And they got the right stuff to do it. They got the somebody said wigs. $1,700 for wigs and makeup. My God. It's been court ordered and vendors 1.5 plus million unpaid, waiting for what? The city to lose money. They had multiple water main breaks a couple of months ago. Yeah, I heard about that. Y'all got a lot of water main breaks. Why is that? Because the infrastructure is old. And one of the promises during her inauguration was that she was going to begin working on and fixing the infrastructure. I couldn't believe how many speed bumps that Shay from the late night crew had driven over. He's in his car and he's videotaping himself. He's doing a live stream on his phone in the car. And I said, man, that must be a rickety car. He said, no, this is speed bumps with LED stop signs. LED stop signs. I watched you off and on. Summer went missing. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm still here for summer. I'm still here for summer. As soon as the Wells decide to say something, but they're not going to give themselves up. I'm watching Denzel Washington in the movie Little Things. That was an interesting movie. And I'm listening to you at the same time. Oh, Wanda. Okay. Well, thank you, Wanda. I got John Q online and I got John Q in the movie. Oh, yes. John Q is in my left ear and Denzel is in my right ear. Fuqua was a famous pulp magazine artist in 1940s. Any relation? Ooh. Okay, that's not my question. Good to have an Agent Smith in the building, in the house tonight. He's working the front. Maybe the producer, director, Antoine Fuqua. Yeah, but all the Fuquas are related. Uh-oh, we got a celebrity in the building. Did an excellent job in Training Day, and there was a number of movies that Antoine Fuqua did. I forget the other movie that Antoine did with Denzel. It was a military movie, but a young man looking for his folks. He had a lot on his mind. I think the reason Tiffany has not received that grant is because an audit has to be done. Yes. An audit has to be done for a city to receive grants. And remember, trustees mentioned wanting to get an audit. Yes. And that was the first thing I said. I said, before they give her any money, they need to have a financial audit because they haven't audited Dolton Township since she took office. And more or less, I think Thornton Township as well since she took office, because she became supervisor right after she got a hold of the mayor's position. Fuqua was a tremendous pulp artist, did many amazing stories, covers after Paul and Schomburg. Payroll is the back door in. Yeah, I'd agree. I would truly agree. Great sci-fi fantasy artist that influenced most illustrators that came after him. Okay, y'all talking in the chat. I hear you. Remember what they did to the poor HR lady. Had her working in her car. Wow, that's crazy. Tiffany Tahoe, true antagonist, Ho offering extreme tyranny, intentionally facing feds arrogant, naturally. You dig? Yeah, I dig. But that's her. That's who she is. And she thinks she can't be taken down. See, that's where she's definitely in the wrong department. I got the power. She's a black woman with the power. How she uses that phrase is totally unnecessary, but she has to let everybody know that, you know, where we come from. We never had anything, but now that I'm in power, y'all jealous type shit. I think Fuqua was one of who illustrated the sci-fi magazine cover. Y'all, Agent Smith, you having a different conversation. I'll let you have your conversation. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to butt in. Ex-CEO admits illegally rewarding Dorothy Brown through Women's History Month program. Uh-oh. Will that come out? Facts, actual, concrete truth stated. we oh, Agent Smith. We sure as hell hope so. But they didn't even do their job to extradite Deasia Jackson. I think her name is Jackson. Deasia Jackson back to Mexico for what happened to Shanquella Robinson. Office of Internal Affairs. Okay, do your job. You can't. What's up with the extradition? You got it on tape. Especially in a democratic atmosphere. As you start in on this, it gets bigger. Yes, it does. Starts to roll and mound and roll and mound. The feds made no secret that they once targeted Brown in a year-long corruption probe. Time to lawyer up for the gang. Yeah, they're damn sure going to need good attorneys, because as soon as they're picked out, yeah, that's why Holmes is quiet. That's why Holmes is quiet. Don't say nothing. Dems have a vice grip on local, state, and federal government. Yeah, they do. Oh, yeah. They do. They got judges in their pocket. The fun part is Tiffany almost is forced to double down on her nonsense to save face. Yes, Jim. Jim Brown Prescott is in the building. Welcome, Jim. Oh, my goodness. Is that who I think it is? Is that who I think it is? Yes, it is. It's Leslie B. I miss you. I miss you. Oklahoma was in here earlier, too. I hope you and yours are doing good. I wonder if this can be a RICO case. You know something? I'm thinking that it might be because of the traveling that they did from state to state. The bills are going to tell a lot because there was billing for certain places in New York. You get a New York bill in Dalton? Wait a minute, what the hell are you buying in New York? See, and that's why having the receipts are so important, because it's going to tell you everything: the vendor, location, quantity, amount, everything, and the purpose for it, and how it was requested, where it was approved. Missing public reports. Missing public reports. It's going fed on the missing public reports. Okay. Lightfoot would not take this case on if she didn't already had a guarantee. Okay. I mean, she had to be watching this. This is not like it just happened last week. It's been going on for 3 years. It's been going on for 3 years with this woman. The FBI investigation of Brown zeroed in on allegations jobs and advancement could be bought and paid for by prospects with cash in hand. Rates for a job in Brown's office was approximately $10,000. Oh, wow. Like I said, and he's running those state and federal programs too. Huh. He'd be the one to flip. I'm healing and resting from my open heart surgery from last year still. I'm getting sleepy, but I'm here listening till I fall asleep. Oh, okay, Miss 45. I appreciate you joining us here tonight. Definitely. I miss you too. I've seen you since the Kanika Jenkins case with Malika. One ex-clerk employee told federal investigators high-level positions were said to carry a price tag of $15,000. Yeah, there is so many investigative angles. Yeah, but that's the beauty of this. They spread this out so far and wide. They left so many doorways to go through. Because one is, they're all connected. That's the whole thing. They're all connected. Imagine a skyscraper with no windows in it. That's how many doorways this case has. The $15,000 was from Dorothy's tenure, allegedly, for higher paying jobs. Brown charged people for promotions. Don't forget money spent on the ice skating. Oh, yeah. $1 million, and they're still working on it, too. The proportion of Dalton is what, 90% Black? And they need an ice skating rink. Okay. Jobs is what they need. Not an ice skating rink, jobs. And the public doesn't even use it? Only for special events? The vendor threatened to repossess the signs because they're still unpaid. Yeah, allegedly. Wow. I'm wondering if those billboards are still up with her name on it, because she's not running for office. She's already in office. Because you pay for those billboards every month or what is it? Or quarterly. They have different plans when you actually rent a billboard. And that's what the taxpayer, just to show her face. Just to show her face. That was a very interesting movie. Maybe we can send you to Dalton, Agent Smith. Yes. Agent Smith, maybe we can send you to Dalton. Just straighten it out. go pay Andrew Holmes a visit. Ask the question, was it worth it? They need to know and see where the money is going before they get more. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you put a freeze on it. No more money for you guys until you turn over the paperwork. How's that? I watched Harvey tonight, and the people are upset. Their mayor won't get an audit. So they talked about not being able to get grants. Yeah. She's not one of us. She's a wild beast. Trying to make a deal. It could be. It could be. If Tiffany got 2 half cents in her brain, or at least 2 brain cells that do work, she would be thinking about that. And you know she's talking to a boyfriend. That guy Woods, who gave her the advice to sweep this whole allegation, this SA allegation under the rug. Now it's not going to work. Now what do? I shouldn't have listened to you. I shouldn't have listened to you. Is that what she's going to say now? I hope not, Jesse. And welcome, Jesse. First time I've seen your name here. I hope she's not just there to give lip service. I hope she gets what she needs to put the report together so she can direct Dalton to the proper authority, because it's going to court. But she's being paid to get the good information that will be upheld in court. Upheld in court, excuse me. You just can't throw down allegations and stuff without evidence. Family in power politics is holding back Shinkwella just, yeah. Wow. That's a damn shame. It is a RICO. I'm catching up, folks. I'm catching up. I'm doing the best I can tonight. I wanted to spend some time to go over your comments, because usually I'm out. It's certainly a RICO case, organized crime. I'm wondering that too. If there are other people in other states that are also involved in this, but we don't have any idea of it yet. I'm just wondering. That was part of my notes, 400 per hour guaranteed. Well, yeah, she's got guarantees. Lori has 60 days to produce at $30K. Yes, there is a cap on her time, so she's got to work fast. If she wants that income to continue coming in, she's got to work fast. And if she's got the right team, because she's not doing this by herself, she's coming in with a team. And then when you're working with a forensic auditing firm, which she would also have to hire, okay, that's going to be part of her team. And if she finds anything criminal, well, who do you think she's going to give it to? Especially if it does involve a RICO case. That goes to the feds. Maybe that's what they're waiting for. Because they're working in slow motion, yeah, but as long as we know that there's some essence of them being around and this particular story, all the better. All the better. People are watching all over the world. Yes, she's making a true example of herself. Sue the store with a different lawsuit. Timothy Marker, welcome. Really? The hen is attacking YouTubers now. Yeah. Well, she's got to bash us too. She thinks we're bashing her, then she's got to bash back. True essence of what a mayor's job is, right? Bash the people back. Dorothy Brown, sorry, not Stan. He's not the financials. Okay. The selling of the jobs were all Dorothy Brown, Tiffany's mentor. I heard about her being a mentor. Yeah, did hear that. Ice skating rink is a cover-up for something. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's on the table. It is on the table. When will the signs come down? I have no idea. That's why I asked if the signs are still up. Here you are driving on the highway, and let's say you're Lori Lightfoot and you're coming into Dalton and everything else like that. I wonder how many signs she passed. Because she would know better. 98% black, and yet she's named the rink after her daughter, and the basketball courts not open to the pit. That's a damn shame. Basketball courts, at least the basketball courts, every month. They're paying for the signs every month. She put them on the buildings too. The billboards are gone. 21,000 did not go far, and she misplaced Thornton on one of the billboards, of course. Oh, man. That's crazy. I do not believe that lady was his first victim. You know something, Leslie? I was thinking the same thing. And if that's the part that Jedediah Brown was talking about, you know, that there's something about Andrew Holmes in that way that he is about. He said he's been talking to people, Jedediah Brown, that is. He said he was talking to people. And the people that he was talking to were the parents of young adults, if you want to call them that, young adults that he used to be around. You put a pattern of activity together based upon what he just got caught, well, allegedly had done, and that's his method of operation, modus operandi, then yeah, there should be some people stepping forward to say, yeah, that happened to me too. And if that begins to happen, you know he's done. I think that's what he's hoping and praying on. Now that this is out on the news, oh, maybe I can get some money out of this. He don't know what other people are thinking. Clearly not qualified. Clearly not qualified. I heard Woods allegedly paid no water bills for his businesses or a license. That's going to show up too. Tiff seems to live by street code. Yes. I mean, you could hear it. Whatever that is. Yeah, you can definitely hear it. Boyfriend is the key to unraveling things. I believe that too. I believe, like I said, Woods showed up in Andrew Holmes's court document. So they're damn sure going to be talking to him. He was at the meeting yesterday. $400 an hour is only 87 hours to get her 34,000 limit. Yeah. And she's on the clock right now. I agree with the street code, and that has been doing it for a while, probably targeting, in my opinion, victims who are on the street. I wouldn't put it past them. I would not put it past them. That's how predators think. Tiffany's boyfriend and his wife. Oh, did you? Yeah, that's right. Succeeding, I'm glad you are here. That's right. This dude's married. The boyfriend who's running with Tiffany is married. I wonder what the wife is saying. Recently refinanced their home from public docs showed that they lived in South Holland, Thornton Township. Oh, man. You got infidelity here too? Does this story get any better? That's why people are afraid to talk. Signs come down when no money is paid. Right. They will, because they will take it down. So if they're still up, it means money is still being funneled. And that's why I showed you that piece in the beginning, because I wanted you to really see everything that she was in. The flyers, the billboards, the clothes, the cars, the trips, the travel, the money. And she thinks nobody sees this. She's walking around intentionally blind to it. Intentionally blind to it. You should have seen how they attempted to handle Shay at the meeting yesterday. I did, Leslie. I did. They put that fat ass security guard in front of him to block him from doing what he was doing. He wasn't bothering anybody. He was there like everybody else for the meeting. Tried to bogart him to leave, bully him to leave, thinking that he didn't know his rights. You know, what press, where do I get a press badge from? Where do you get that from? What are you talking about? And then he intentionally and purposely just stood in front of him. But Shay was he was able to work around it, keep his cool, work around it. Because the first thing that officers try to do is get you off your square emotionally. That's the first tactic. Get in your face and tell you things you need to do against your will. That triggered anybody. I knew what he was doing, and Shay did too. And I'm glad he held his ground. He stayed calm, kept cool, kept about his business. And then when the time was right, he left. Because when things started heating up at that Thornton Township meeting, he left. He left. I would have left too. He said, I got what I need. I'm out of here. When she went out, the residents should have had a bonfire burning everything with her picture and name on them. Taurus Prince, welcome. It's another new name. And I hope you come back. Please subscribe, hit the like button. I try to do as much as I can whenever I am live. Yep, she sure did. Misspelled Thornton, sorry, the typo. Yeah, we all do it. We're working on these little gadgets that got small little alphabet letters. Please, John Q, and everyone be safe. Take care. Okay, Robin B, in the building. Sure enjoyed your content tonight. Must say good night. Okay, Robin, have a good one. Hope to see you come back. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button for me. I'd love to see you come back. Money and power and aspect. Oh, that's a double prong right there. Interestingly enough, that KJ was drugged. Yeah. That was definitely evident. That was most certainly evident. 4 of them. She's one of the worst people that alone mayors ever. Yeah, she is. Aubrey, welcome. And the thing is that, you know, she doesn't care. And that's the sad part, because she's using her own power to defeat her. And I guess she's got to a point. Hey, maybe she's got a golden parachute. Hey, if they kick me out, if they get me out of here, whatever like that, I'll be good. I got some stuff socked away. I got a new wardrobe out of it. I got some cars out of it. I want to try to pay the Tahoe vehicle off. It'll all be mine. And even if I'm unemployed for at least a year, I'll be all right. I'll find something else to do. That's her attitude. They used to just be the same people. Now it's a nice amount. That's why they booed her at yesterday's meeting. Yeah, I heard about that. I actually saw it, how they booed her. I heard they told Jed hit her 35K limit. Woods was at the meeting yesterday too. I bet he was. He's not going to sit back in the corner. He wants to know how things are running. And obviously from yesterday's meeting, from the Dalton meeting, things are starting to really get riled up when it comes to the residents now. Because the residents of Thornton Township are watching the Dalton meetings, and the Dalton residents are watching the Township meetings. Thornton Township meetings. So that information is being shared between two townships. So they want to know what Tiffany is doing as a mayor, because when she comes back over here as a supervisor, is she doing the same damn thing she's doing over there in Dolton? And likewise, and vice versa. Think about that Andrew was named the next day after Lori was hired. Yeah, in close proximity, as it should be. That was perfect timing, running around in a gate cop SUV. Yeah. And I think I heard someone say that's illegal for her to be in a police vehicle, being escorted and taken home and going out to dinner and restaurants and hotel, all this stuff. And the food buying is outrageous. The food buying, several $100s here, several $100s there. I said, oh, damn. They ain't got to use no out-of-pocket money for nothing. Wife is going to get paid. Unbelievable. The boyfriend's wife is singing, B better have my money, referring to Tiffany. She forgot to get new wigs. Oh, she's going to be laid up with it. She acts like a person that never had anything. There you go, Leonetta. That's right. And that's what you see when a person acts like they've never had anything. Then it's going to take them long not to have it later, because they want so much of so many of the different things. They don't know what satisfies them anymore. They get lost in that conundrum, and that's where they live. Word on the street is that Tiff is having a house built outside of Dalton. Oh, wow. Well, they'll find her. When they're ready to pick her up, they'll find her. She can't go nowhere. She cannot go anywhere. We're the gangsters when you need them. Well, they got one in office, that's for sure. Catch you later. Got a bail. Thanks, John Q. Thanks, Edie. Definitely. Thanks for coming by. Hit that subscribe button. Please give it a like. Help me out in the algorithm. Good to see you, and I hope to see you come back. That makes me happy. Leslie B., I would have to see it. She can't handle money. That's for sure. She had 3 businesses go under. Great opportunity at college for one of her burgers joints. She didn't pay rent 3 years and lost the life. Wow. See, that tells you right there. $150,000 lease on a $98,000 SUV. That was outrageous. That was outrageous. And she didn't expect Kiana Belcher to have that receipt at that meeting to tell her about it. And all she had to do was sit up there and say, oh, I don't see that. Your name is on the paper. I don't see that. But moving right along, tries to switch the conversation, redirect it. That's why I think a mayor's finances should be considered. Yes, always. Hi. I've got all these new people coming in to see me. Pendas Cube, welcome. Welcome. Word of mouth is getting out there on me. Okay. Okay. Much love to everybody that does share me. She will because she did not spend her own personal money. Yeah. Oh, you could see that. And that's what Lori's going to find. All the money that belongs to other people. Bouncing checks, business funds under 1,100. Her credit score can't qualify her to pay too much. She better have that bail money. People in Thornton stood up because of Dalton. Yes, yes. And I hope they continue to stand up. Keith Freeman is going to sing an LP. David Stewart, welcome. He should. But he's got to drop her in the bucket, throw her under the bus. Whatever he's got against her, and whatever she's got against him. That's how they play. I got shit on you, you got shit on me. Hey, if we can hang a bit, maybe we'll be okay. If the Tahoe is bulletproof, it may cost hundreds of thousands of dollars more. Yeah. Edwin Turner, welcome. If it is bulletproof, we'd have to know the specs on it, what the invoice is on it, because it'll be on the bill. If there were any modifications to it, it'll be on the bill. All heads of department are going to talk. Lori's going from the bottom to the top. Yes, David. Yeah, that's going to be her job. And if she sees a lot of people calling out sick, they'll be told not to come to work. But see, that's not going to stop Lori. She's going to have not only their name and address, she's going to know everything about them. Where does she get that from? She can get that from APHIS. That's the automated fingerprint system, which gets tied into law enforcement system, which gets tied into finding anybody who has a police record in the system. Who does she have working for her? Does Tiffany know who she hired? And in most cases, she probably does, just like the SO that she hired to be a building inspector, home inspector, and had 25 years under his belt as a convicted felon. I'm sure she knew that. No doubt. Now, he's also got a lawsuit against her for letting him go. And he wants to, it's crazy. He wants to get repaid lost wages. He wants to get paid his lost wages. due to faulty allegations. Which ones is he talking about now? Not the SO allegations. State came and removed the plates from the vehicles. They told them to remove the lights. No kidding. Candy, how are you? Good to see you. It's a new name again. For everybody that is just new to my chat here tonight, thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing up. That really gives me a heartwarming feeling.
It makes me feel happy to see a few new faces. Yeah. So if anyone feels the need to speak what's in their heart, stand up and testify.
Yeah, that's what I said. My brother Boss Blake, he's always dropping things on my side panel, and I said I forget to use them sometime. Remember, she went door to door handing out chitlins in a cup. Yeah. Oh, yeah. In a small little cup, like a sample cup that you would get at a store if you just wanted to taste something. She's no gangster. She thinks she is, though. Town doesn't have a police force. The Tahoe is illegal. Impersonating law enforcement. Yeah, if they got lights on it, oh yeah. And I'm sure they do. For traffic purposes, I'm sure they do. Especially if they drive at night. Yeah, she gonna pay that bill. I think Tiffany thought hiding that lease, she would keep the vehicle herself when she slithered out of the office. Yeah, because that's where she goes after every board meeting. She heads out the back, gets in the car, and pulls out. When will they take her cards and checkbook? Excuse me. As far as I know, her name was removed from the bank account, from her getting access to the Dalton funds. Credit cards. It's alleged that they had destroyed or eliminated the credit card, but they were given no receipt that they did just that, but yet they keep getting credit card statements when they do a board meeting. So it tells me that somebody is still using that damn card and they don't want to show the bill. Or not to say show the bill, because that's been the basic argument at the board meetings. How are these bills being created? Why are they coming to the board meeting? And yet these same invoices that come in were not approved by the board. See, that tells you something is wrong. And Jason House knows it. Brittany knows it. Kiana knows it. Tammy Brown knows it. They're looking at it. And that's why they have to sit there and argue and decide what bills to pay and what bills not to pay. Because I'm saying to myself, and thank you to Della Creme Della for posting all of the board meetings on her webpage, on her YouTube channel, because I was able to, each night do a little bit. I said, this is where I'm going to get my information from to go live. I need to see what it is they're talking about. What are the issues that they're having, and who is creating the issues? And obviously it is Tiffany. No doubt. No doubt. And Stan Brown and Andrew Holmes always votes the same. Bottom line. See, but they can't oppose being outnumbered. That's where they lose. Turn 3, 4, 5 years upon the agreement. Okay. Dolton residents have more businesses, higher property value. Yeah, they got higher property value and a mayor that listens to them. It's crazy. It's not bulletproof, no modifications. Okay. Tiffany dated that guy too, allegedly. Guy holding her close when she was ready to take office. That must be Wood. That must be that guy Wood then. Yes, hello, Candy. Tahoe had lights on it last night. Uh-oh. There you go. There's proof. All you got to do is look. They're doing it right in your face. Welcome back, boss. They're doing it right in your face. And I'm glad you knew, and thank you so much for being here. So far, so good. No, well, that's good too. That's good too. I hope you decide to continue to come back. I have a small community on YouTube. The only reason Tiffany thinks she's a gangster is because she has police. Yes. And what Cara Wilson had said at that board meeting that we viewed tonight is the truth. What happened to her daughter, yeah, Tiffany would need private security to protect her, based on the number of people who also knew Alexis Wilson. She would need the extra security. Wonder why her plans when she's out of office. Yeah, I wonder what her plans are when she's out of office. Who would want to hire her? Yeah. Yeah. You would think everybody would recognize her face because she looks like Lil Wayne. Lil Wayne with $1,700 on her head and on her face. And I was looking at that side by side. I said, okay, damn, she makes Lil Wayne look better. Extra cards, possibly. I would think so. I would think so. There was something about an American Express card being controlled by the chief of police. Clerk Keys was added back. Yes. Tiffany claims she doesn't have credit cards, but I saw the statements. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've got my connections too. I had Miss Shamina Wright has got legal background. So I emailed her this afternoon and I said if she could get her hands on the Andrew Holmes court filing and send it over to me, I'd appreciate it. I would show it, but I didn't prepare it to be shown only because I don't want to reveal the victim in it. So I'd have to get it in a way to where I can say the victim rather than you see her name in sentences. But it's a nasty filing, though. It's very detailed. And, you know, well, once they get that evidence together, whether Officer Byron Miles had given the attorney the video that was captured and the recordings that were captured when Andrew Holmes decided to call him to tell him about his sexual exploits on the woman, which was the dumbest damn thing I've ever heard in my life. Oh, now that I got me some, let me make a phone call and tell one of the fellas. Really? Long Island Audit called the police for the Tahoe last night. It had the lights and plates, and the cops wouldn't show up. Yeah, I like him, Long Island Audit. He was trying to be real cool last night, but they kept messing with him at Thornton Township. Previous mayor spent $10,000 monthly. Now they're spending $50,000. That is crazy. Are we looking at credit card forgery? Now, I'm glad you said that, Miss Angel. Oh, one thing for sure they will find, according to what they already have, is the fact that those checks that pay the bills require 2 signatures. That's how they set it up. So you had Tiffany Henyard's name to go on the check, and it would have to be also approved by the county clerk, Allison Keys. Tiffany was writing checks only with her name on it. So that's already been captured. She can't get away from that. So there could be not only misappropriation concerning that, but that could be a violation. I'm trying to figure out. It's like having a joint account. If you don't tell your partner you're going to use the card, they get pissed. They're not going to pay that portion of the card. That's going to be left as your responsibility, which she definitely doesn't look like she's going to be responsible for, but we'll see. That's how that account was set. So they already got that information collected, that evidence collected, that she was making forced payments to the people that she paid with her signature on the check when it required to. So I don't know if they would consider that bank fraud. They may. I'm not sure. But that's very interesting you brought that up. That I did see. I saw one of the checks that was displayed on Hannibal's channel. He showed that with one signature. I said, oh, damn, she digging herself a mean hole. Say what do they say? If you want to stop going, if you don't want to go further in the hole, stop digging. At Jesse, I called the police while he was waiting. Twice they gave me the runaround. Both are weak. The credit card bills had Amazon, beauty supply stores, wigs, and everything else, and 50,000 plus. Oh, yes. See? We're finding this stuff out. She act like nobody's watching this. We're online and finding this stuff out. Stan's too old for jail. He's going to sing. And you know something, Leslie? That would be the right thing, or else, he won't be able to get his Social Security check no more. Because I'm sure that he is privy to conversations that were had at the Thornton Township regarding what was going on, especially for the trips that the township was paying for, because it damn sure paid for the Las Vegas trip. And that was a lot of money. That was a huge sum they took out of that Las Vegas trip, and then the New York one. Then the third trip was Atlanta, and that was a big one too. Tiffany allegedly dated the offender. Oh, Lord. She hired back in the day. Oh, Lord. One of those back in the day dudes. Back in the day dudes. Oh, don't ever go back to the days with it. Back to the day dude. Dude back in the day ain't the same day and the dude that back in the day he was That dude don't exist no more. Shots fired. Lil Wayne, LOL. Don't ever get yourself a back in the day dude. Especially when they're still looking like they're back in the day. Maybe she will become a pastor like Kwame Kilpatrick. Oh, y'all got him tonight. It would be nice to see those statements. Oh, you better believe it. I'd put my eyes on it and get it on my live in a heartbeat. The news already showed it without redacting. Yeah, they were actually showing highlights on the news. It's okay. Most know there who Hugh victim is based on her role, Tiffany's assistant. Grown wannabe bullies. Yeah, these are kids running around in a playground, having the time of their life, messing people's lives up. Last week, Late Night Crew said, Big Tiff ran out last week meeting. Yeah, she ran out because the SA victim was there. Oh, at the board meeting. Yeah. Someone said that she was sitting in the front row with a mask on, medical mask. And at the very end, she took it off to let them know that she was sitting there. Ooh, what an eerie feeling they must have got. They already had checks with only Tig's name. Felony misappropriation of funds. Oh no. They got her on those checks. She's going to jail. Yeah, her name is on those checks. There's yeah, there it is. Right there. Succeed and got it. 500,000 plus check. That was the one she signed. And stole Key Clerks' stamp. Tiff signed a $500,000 check without Key Clerk's signature. Yeah, her name was on that check by itself. It was what do you call it? A cancel check, already been receipted by the bank. Remember, Tiff didn't say she was 25, and she said she was 25, 25 and 0. Yeah, 25 and 0. She said she was 25 and 0. Yeah, not 0 and 25. She needs to take those wigs back. Yeah, maybe she'll clear up the debt. Maybe she'll clear up the debt. So there's some expensive headpieces you got on. For Stan to be that bold shows you how horrible the work culture must be. Yeah, he tried to kick out another auditor. I think his name is Terminator, the auditor Terminator, something like that. And he went in there to Dalton Township, going there to get a FOIA request and everything else like that. And he went downstairs and he's filming with his camera and everything else like that. And all of a sudden he said, "Oh, what are you doing?" I said, "I'm here to fill out a FOIA request." You can't walk around here with no camera. He said, "I don't have it in your face. You're stepping up to me." And they're trying to get him out the building and go over here and try to redirect him. And then they got the fat security guards. Let me tell you something. Between the police and the security guards that these people use, there's some big bubbas. They can't catch nobody if they have to run. 300-pound balls in security suits, just like the one Shay had at Thornton Township last night, standing in front of him, trying to block him from videotaping the meeting. These are wide-angle Mack truck bellies. I mean, pig feet, hog mugs, you name it, neck bone MFs in tight-ass uniforms and security suits. A hat don't even fit right. They that big. No kidding. Honestly, I think Tiffany would have set Key Clerk up if it didn't come out she stole her stamp. Yeah, Tyrant, there, thank you. Thank you, Jesse. Tyrant Terminator. That was the auditor. Cool brother. He kept his calm because he knew everyone that approached him. He knew what they were about. Oh, you can't go here. You can't stand in the doorway. You're blocking people from entering and leaving and all this. Well, yeah, the fat ass security guard covered more of the doorway than he did. So what you mean I can't have my camera on? This is a public building. Y'all got cameras all over the place. Look at the one above your head in the ceiling. I laughed. I was dying. I said, oh, you ain't said nothing about that camera. He played it cool. He played it cool. Yes, I saw he was so polite. Stan Brown, he looked like he can't walk. They were, leaning back and forth, trying to walk, telling him, you look threatening. I don't know if you got a gun or not. What? Don't throw paranoia at me. Don't throw paranoia at me. I don't know you. You could have a gun. Why would you say something like that to somebody you don't even know? Because they're holding a camera? How's he holding a gun when he's holding a camera and you're calling the camera a gun? Trying to raise a fear factor. He looked like he about to tip over. Don't nobody want these wigs. She won. Okay, Leonetta. Big Bubbas, yeah. Look like they've been eating far more than McDonald's. Wendy's and Burger King and all that cop stuff. Long Island audit got kicked out for filming too. Yeah, because I know he was having a commotion in there. They just didn't like him because he went a week early and got confronted by them. And he was there for a FOIA request, and the damn guy kept getting in his face. Another one with a peg leg. A security guard with a peg leg. He can't run. Putting his hand all up in the camera to try to block him from it. He said, no, take a step back. Step back away from me. You're in my space. Step back away. I'm like, damn, these people are paranoid. Meanwhile, you get police officers that walk in there with what? Cameras. All up on the ceiling in the offices, every single one of them, including the hallways, cameras all over the building. He walks in with his and there's a problem. Unbelievable. That's because they work too close to a 7-Eleven. I'm not joking. And they snack too much. I bet. I mean, they ain't going to get a home-cooked meal. I'm on that security guard. Oh, yeah, you're damn right. Yeah, a little hat, a little security hat with the word freedom in the back of it. And I'm glad Shay did a big close-up because as he did the close-up shot, you couldn't see nothing and nobody in front of him. You couldn't tell what it was. It looked like a big slab of meat wearing a hat, waving his arms and shifting back and forth, left to right, trying to block him. And I said, this is disgusting. And he was the only one they did it to. Only one. He cracks me up. He calls everyone older than him. This young lady. I enjoyed his channel. Yeah. Crazy. Big piece of meat standing in front of you. Sucking up all the air. Stan Brown looked like an Easter egg. Oh, God. And it was a damn shame what happened to that child, along with the relatives and everything else like that, that they were escorted out of the Easter egg hunt by police escort. And that kid was screaming his head off, traumatizing that kid because they were forcing them to leave. That was sickening to watch. Damn shame. Camera's lethal, that's right. They're looking at it now as a weapon. Yeah, we do live in some crazy times. People been on that CBD stuff too much. They need the real stuff. I don't know what they're putting in the CBD, all that then synthetic chemicals and stuff like that. That ain't no real weed. I'm gonna go up to the CBD shop and get me a couple of this, that, and I'm gonna stop over at the store and pick up a couple of swishers. No. That legal weed is not real. Oh, hell no. That's all chemical based, making people think it's weed because it's legal. And I'm telling you, this shit smells like a skunk. That weed smells like a skunk. That's when you know somebody's smoking, because if you damn sure don't see a skunk, you know it's weed. Now, back in the day, when I had my weed feed going on, let me tell you, you had to break stuff up off. You had to break buds up, watch the seeds drop, separate the seeds from it. You had to work at putting together a joint. That's what they call it back then. Now they call them blunts. They disintegrated a tray bag, and a nickel bag came into play, and then the nickel bag looked like the tray bag you used to buy, but it costs more. Then you get a dime bag, and a dime bag looked like the nickel bag that knocked out the tray bag. But yeah, that stuff was golden brown, and when you put your nose into and took away, you know it was real weed. This stuff stinks. They got the formaldehyde in it. They probably be going to Krispy Kreme in 10 minutes. I forgot about the Krispy Kreme stuff. That's right, or Dunkin' Donuts. Oh, God, y'all got me tonight. I was so mad at that. With that baby, yeah. Krispy Kreme. I sent the video. I sent that video the way they did, with that kid to 3 news contacts I have. Okay, good. Because they need that. That needs to be documented as part of the case. Demons come out in the open. Yep. CBD has no THC, usually made from hemp. Yeah, but the quality of that stuff, no. Somebody told me, yeah, just taste it. If it stinks like that, I'm not putting that in my mouth. Now, you can have it. You can have it. Now, I'll stick to my wine or my beer. Now, I used to smoke, and brother, I had a ball. Go out and cop a few little things and get either a Colt 45 or if I didn't have it in my pocket, my buddy bought it. And then we'd split the difference. You know how we used to do. We shared our stuff. I mean, if you're going to get high, it's good to get high and get better with somebody else. Called chip in. Chip in, you have more. I remember when a 10 sack was 4 fingers. 4-finger measure. Oh my goodness. Well, folks, it's been 5 hours on this live, and I truly appreciate everybody for staying and sticking so long with me here tonight. But I wanted to share what I had on my mind with you, and give you some food for thought, give your eyes something in addition to what you've already been watching from other content creators. I highly recommend the content creators that I've mentioned here on my live. They take their work seriously. But if you really want to enjoy a good live, I would definitely highly recommend Late Night Crew. He stays up into the wee hours of the morning with his channel, about 3-4 hours, give or take. If there's a lot going on, it's a little bit longer than that. And then Hannibal is Hungry, Burgundy Blue commentary. Nate, the lawyer, is another. You've got O'Shea Jackson is another one. Who else? Della Creme Della is another. I mean, there's a good group out here. And obviously you have the auditors, Tyranny, Terminator, and Long Island Auditor, Midwest. That's another auditor that's been following the case. So the content is out there on YouTube. So I get notifications about new content posting up, and I'll watch it. I'll watch it, even if it's 5 minutes long. But there's a detail in there that snaps together with other details. So it keeps you up to speed. Other than that, I love every single one of you for hanging out with me. Almost 100 people still up in here tonight. Please, if you didn't, hit the subscribe button for me. Hit the like. Get me back into the algorithm. I promise I won't stay away from you long. And you got 5 on it. And thank you. Thank you, Miss Angel. Y'all have been a blast. You know, if there's anything that I can say, my crowd always makes me feel good. You get me laughing. You get me, you know, digging and fact finding. And I like doing that. I enjoy spending my time with you as well. I know I said good night to everyone. How long ago? Oh man, I know. So sometimes it's hard for me because by the time I look up, it'll be another 5 hours going, and I'm going, how the hell did I do that? How the hell did I do that? This was fun. When are you here usually? You know, me coming back after a little sabbatical, I think I'm getting back into the flow, and I will be back to you. As this unfolds, I'm still working on some other content too. I want to bring to the table, have you guys take a look at it. I know that the roundtable is starting to warm up, looking at some things regarding the Apple River stabbing that took place where 5 people got stabbed. It's crazy. We live in a crazy world, but we're putting together details for that, and hopefully we'll be going live soon. I think 54 Keys and Boss Blake wanted to get ready to do something either by the end of this week or the beginning of next week. Either way, it'll pop up. It'll pop up. So don't forget, subscribe to Boss Blake, 54 Keys. Keep me subscribed. I'll keep you posted. When I come back, I'm looking about maybe coming back in the next 48, 72 hours. I want to get something done either before or during the weekend with you, if there are any new updates. And we'll just go from there. We'll just go from there. Much love to everyone, and thank you all. I got my phone blinking over here, so if anybody sent me something, thank you. Thank you. You know, it all helps to improve the channel. Keep it up to speed. You know, I can't come and keep using the same stuff. Now that I got my StreamYard back, I was afraid I lost all my damn material. I'm like, no. But I'll be back to you. With that said, much love. Be well, stay safe, and stay blessed with Godspeed. I'll catch you.